Is he in the vehicle?
Yeah. I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address. And now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, and boom, we're back. I feel like it's been so long, forever. I haven't seen you in so long, Adam. Yep, purple.
I know.
Yeah, Curious Cat. Yep. It's been a long time. Glad to see you guys. I went on vacation and everything while you guys went around the world. That's what I mean. Might have been on Google, but I went around the world.
You know, I think it's fair to say you haven't really been doing much this morning, so
no,
get busy.
I've been pretty much of a lazy daisy for sure, absolutely. Pretty much I was just like picking my nose and twirling around my finger. Pretty much is how it went down. I think most people can attest to that, right? DMV. Oh, I think DMV is disappointed because I think pretty sure she said, "Sonny, go take a rest. I'll let him take over the show." Pretty sure that's what DMV is saying.
Well,
okay.
Sadly, not to disappoint anyone, but I mean, I was like within that 20 minutes, I was trying to like bring myself up to speed, and I failed miserably because I got literally as the countdown was going off, I was reading the part in the inquest about Penny's testimony. So I never even got to the Fitbit stuff. I literally only got to where Penny Fletcher talked about, her testimony via video conference.
I mean, honestly, time goes by fast when we're off the other live. Honestly, I had like 5 minutes. I was sitting there, you guys, like a freaking pig. I was sitting there, chicken down here, freaking getting water, racing back over here. And then I'm just like, whew, okay, all right. I mean, I never seen myself eat chicken so fast.
I will say quickly, it's funny, my mind is racing with all of these things that I'm thinking, but when you have so many questions about something that you've spent months focused on, and then you get these little tidbits of answers that they preoccupy your mind, like for me, like the most recent thing I'm thinking about is the fact that, I'm like, oh, well, it makes more sense now that, Penny, like Penny's testimony about finding Willow, and then, how we always thought, she kind of found Willow and then called her daughter-in-law to come tie him up. But in reality, her testimony was that, she saw Willow. She then went to her appointment and then later called the daughter-in-law. Whereas in my mind, for the last 6 months, I've thought that was more instantaneous. Well, and what comes to be is that she called the daughter-in-law after the appointment, and at that point, the daughter-in-law already knew Nicola was missing.
Yeah, well, because that was Nicola's phone. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. There's a whole bunch of little surprises and tidbits along the way for this, for sure. Definitely one thing is hearing witnesses' names and knowing that Ron is Roger Jones and that his wife Susan was there. And so I'm pretty sure he didn't know brother-in-law. But anyways, quickly, there's two
I
things
didn't
I have to say.
I didn't even get to Ron's testimony yet. Did Ron testify?
Well, no. But it was sad. Does it?
Okay.
I don't know that he testified as much as that information came out.
Campsite
I got
owner finds dog. Finding of the phone.
I got my screen cup. So
Susan Jones, wife of the dog walker who Penny Fletcher had called to ask for help after finding Willow, is next to give evidence. Her husband Roger. So it's referencing them there.
yeah. I mean, we have two neighbors, or not two neighbors, two people that were off in a far distance. One was inhaling, so I'm trying to inhale and drink water and see if I bite the dust in some river somewhere. Well, my home, but I don't know. I got the screen cup, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
That stood out to me. I mean, I know we have a lot to get into, but
I was going to say, see, Adam's where I was when I first started the first live. We were just like, ooh, look at all this information coming, okay? And I was, okay, don't tell my husband I said this, but I was like, husband, just get the heck and go to work, man. I got a live to do, right? And I was keeping him up because my keyboard, you guys, right? It's one of those, and, so, but I was just like, okay. But first of all, DMV. It reminds me of driver's motor vehicle thing. Every time I say it, DMV.
Yeah.
At the DMV branch. So I keep thinking of vehicle, and then you have videos beside it, so it throws me off. So I'm gonna have to think of it in a different way because I keep thinking of motor vehicles. And you should like this name.
That's probably about as much rhythm as I have, to be honest.
And
Not to associate
like,
with that person, but
yeah.
I probably have about as much rhythm as Al Gore.
Algorithm. Yep. I think that if Darren comes back into this chat, I think he should name himself Ben Dover. Right? Ben Dover. Yeah. I really like play on words. I really like those ones. Anyways, thank you guys for coming back. There's 55 of you, and please don't forget to hit that like button still. Okay, again, help it push it out into the algorithm. That really helps the channel, obviously. And YouTube, we like it because YouTube, that's how YouTube works, okay? YouTube is about longevity of a video. And when people like it, it gets pushed out into the algorithm. Simple as that. We're kind of like a no BS channel on there. Tell it like it is. That's exactly it. Does it help us?
Well,
absolutely, of course. When you sit there and spend 4 hours and a half on a live, knowing that you don't earn a cent, besides when people have donated, you don't earn a cent, okay? You don't earn a cent till it turns into a video, and then you can put ads in it, okay? Sometimes YouTube will gladly put them in there for you, regardless if you're not monetized or monetized.
Right.
Anyways, it's the ad revenue that gives us, probably if we broke it down, 10 cents an hour. Probably if we broke it down. So
the cash out.
But it's not about that, that's parcel, but it's about bringing awareness, okay? That's the whole point of even why I'm in this. I would never pick this. I would never pick doing true crime. It was just one of those things that's just how it happened. I always kind of float like a butterfly there, and this is where life took me, was down this path. But definitely I'm more of a comedy type person. I like stuff like that. So this is
right.
True crime is a very sad place. Whether you've been impacted personally, by yourself, by someone you've lost, by someone you loved, by somebody that had a mysterious death themselves, anything like that. True crime is a very sad place. You have to have balance of humor, but never taking away, of course, from the caring about, right? Like we would never make fun of a case, but there's a difference between joking around.
I'll make fun of an accused perpetrator.
Well, that we will, Kagan Klein. and his tweet.
An alleged accused perpetrator.
Yeah. You know, but so, Kagan Klein doesn't count. Yeah, he doesn't count. But anyways, but you know what I mean? Okay. So I don't really like it when people say, well, you're not allowed to joke around. You're talking about dead people. Sorry. These people are not my family, first of all. But I am allowed to joke around because we never joke around about the cases, you know, about the fact of somebody's death. Because that's a whole different ball of wax. So that's why I don't really do, was never into, would never think to do true crime. Because I had to stop reading the newspapers and doing listening to the news, reading newspapers, because I have a very deep empathetic heart. Okay, I'm a very deep empath, and whenever somebody feels sad, it's like I take it on like it's my own problem, like it's my own feelings as well. But yet I'm not in their shoes. But you feel the weight and the heaviness of it. So for me, it took me a good year to figure out the balance of the Suzanne Morphew case, living and breathing and eating a case, and feeling so sad and heavy. So I knew as I've grown in the last couple of years now, because I think I've been doing this for like 3 years, which, wow, I can't even believe that, that you have to have that balance. Okay. I mean,
Right.
You can't fix the world issues ever, but you can definitely create a channel, become a voice for the voiceless, and be caring, kind, and compassionate, and passionate about things. And that's where we will always stand first. And then when you guys want to donate $1 million, we'll take that too. But that's just a side. That's just, that's only for our island, right, Callie?
Right.
Anyways.
Well, to be honest, if I had an island to live on and broadcast from, it would be much less distracting.
This would be true. Anyways, you guys, welcome back. And Purple, I put your name on a rock. I'll show that in a bit, and same with Ellie on there. The ones that I could remember. I just put Purple though, not Purple Hippodrome. Again, all you have to do is hit share a video and then write share in the comment section.
Right.
Hi Diane, how are you? We're gonna get back into.
Before we get into everything, I want to say quickly, for anyone that doesn't know, I'm a hairstylist. I own a salon in my everyday life. So if you see a glimpse of my fingernails today and you see that they are this color, I had a client this morning with jet black hair, and it literally stained my fingernails purple.
You don't wear gloves?
So, no, I did. But when I shampooed the client,
you don't wear gloves?
My nails, I guess, are dry, and so it seeped into my nails.
Show us those again.
Oh, they're bad.
Oh, I know. I want to see them one more time. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So before people are like, "What's wrong with his fingernails?" If I show them on screen, I just wanted to explain. I did not paint my fingernails purple.
Okay. Let's. Okay. Oh, it's your family initials, and they were going to start a channel, but didn't. I'll need to change. No, it's just what I think. I think of, motor vehicles. That's all. I was trying to think of something kinky since you had videos, but okay. I'm just thinking for a second.
Well, I saw a comment. Well, first of all, I think we should say Purple. Thank you so much.
Oh, Purple. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I still can't get rid of that. Okay. Okay. I tell you what. Okay.
Yeah.
Every time somebody donates $10, I will put your name in gold. Okay. It might be font gold, but it's still gold, people. All right. No, I'm just kidding. I'll sell you a gold mod wrench. They don't exist, but I'll sell you one. Okay. Thanks,
so
Purple. Yeah, thanks so much.
Hi. Now the post that I highlighted, Diane. Well, I'll let you. I'm sorry. MS says I thought Fitbits turn off in water unless switched. It's a swim mode. I don't know. I haven't gotten to the Fitbit information. I thought that Diane's comment was a good way to start because Diane says, "Can you give us an update?" As I have not been updated since before lunch.
Okay. Yeah. And
Diane, I'm in the same boat.
Okay. Well, you know what? why don't we go a little bit backwards, since
Yeah.
people are on the Fitbit thing, the thing at the end. So maybe we'll go a bit backwards, okay, guys? Instead of going forwards, why be the same when we can be boring and go backwards, right? Okay. And thank you again, purple. And I made sure that it was in purple, the font, by the way. Yes. So thank you. Okay. So, well, you know what? Do me a favor. Let's just go back to a couple comments, because I know algorithm said Fitbit 4 will have a chunk of memory. It is not synced every now and again. If it's not synced every now and again, the old info will be deleted. It will easily hold a few days worth of data. Okay. So again, we're kind of, Fitbit idiots when it comes to that stuff. We don't really know a lot about them. So we'll learn with you guys, for us, people that don't know either. So we will get to okay, so Fitbit 4 holds 7 days of data. Thank you, Angel. Fitbit 4 has built-in GPS. Okay. So Angel, how can you say that the heart rate is registering on a Fitbit if she's deceased? Angel, if you in chat, you could just put your answer to that again. Didn't realize you were doing another live. Oh yeah, you didn't hear us? Did you leave, or did you leave us before we said it? Just want to get you guys on big. Oh yeah, don't forget. There's a couple people that have us on big screen. If you have a booger, pick it now, because some of them, when we send them to the screen, and they're on that 74-inch TV. Yeah, I know. So apparently, I scared Eddie a few times. Eddie's vinyl break. He was in here today as well. The Reckoning was in here again. Thanks to the creators. Jason Walker.
I watched a live stream one time, and someone did have a big, in their nose, and I immediately screenshot it, and I was like, "Uh-oh."
Well, yeah.
But don't do that. I'm gonna check.
I'm not a camera, just a person. I want to associate. Okay, perhaps the DMV should be XXX videos. Just saying, okay, right? Yeah. And then of course you can make it sound like it's nothing perverse whatsoever.
Right. I think I'm good.
Okay. And since we're scrolling back down, thank you again for the $10. I think M&Ms should be M&Ms, not just M's. I feel like you're missing a little bit there, like the M&M part. M&Ms. Somebody had sent me, I think, a message about the Fitbits in my email. Fitbits 4 feature SPO2, no name, all of them. I remember that name. Blood oxygen, tracking resting heart rate. Adam, take over that comment. It's like it's hurting my brain or something. Because my brain's
the Fitbit 4 features SPO2, which is blood oxygen, tracking rest heart rate, high and low heart rate notifications, heart rate variability, skin temperature variations, breathing rate. Police never mentioned these.
Oh. Okay. Okay, now this one.
Karen Pendlebury, when you're brain dead, your capillaries still contract and microbes, bacteria are still moving around the body, which is true. Fitbit works on a light emitted diode. Emitted diode. I googled it. Emitted.
You're not saying it right.
Emitted.
Yeah, I admitted that you're saying it wrong. Next. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to omit my thoughts.
It's like when I emit fumes from my butt.
Yeah. Emitted diode. I googled it, and it's the case.
Yeah. Okay. So, because it was February 4th, is what it said.
Right.
So you're saying, Angel, that you can still receive a heart rate for many days after? Like this would be about 6 days or whatever, I guess. Perhaps.
or was my understanding that, because there was water possibly getting in between the Fitbit and the
Well, that's
skin,
what they said.
that it was creating the illusion of a heartbeat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi, Kaz. Just
And
joined you again. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, judging by the temperature of the water that day, which I think was 4 degrees Celsius, how long then? My first question would have been, if someone testified that the Fitbit registered a heartbeat until February 4th, my question would be, well, in temperature that's 4 degrees Celsius, how long does an electronic device such as a Fitbit 4 work properly before it malfunctions? Because if the human body can't survive in temperatures that way, how long can a Fitbit before it malfunctions?
Hey, Frank. How are you?
Hey, Frank.
Now, no name. I'm just curious why you keep spamming that, though, every 5 messages. Do you want us to talk about it again? Only because I've seen it like 5 times now. It's like, I know you're copying and pasting, obviously. Boston tracking. Oh, no, I think he's saying a few different things. Now that I'm looking at it. It looks like the same thing, but it's not. So, no name. Maybe, Adam, give me a second. Take a look at no name. He's put a couple posts there. We'll start with this one.
Well, yeah, we've read them. We've read them. Fitbit 4 features. Fitbit 4 features SP02 blood oxygen, tracking rest heart rate, high and low heart rate notifications, heart rate variability, skin temperature variations, and breathing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You're right. Same thing. Same thing, no name. Does it not monitor your time? Yeah, I wanna go look at an email.
You look at an email really quickly.
Yeah.
Karen Pendleberry says camera batteries drain very quickly in the cold, -8 degrees, etc. Yeah, and so there may be no there in the but if they're going off the fact that her Fitbit was detecting a heart rate until February 4th, my first question, like I said, was how long does a Fitbit function normally under those temperatures? Because anyone that's had an iPhone that's ever left it in the car and on a hot summer day knows that it doesn't even take a very warm temperature to get back in the car, and it's detected a high temperature and says it could malfunction. So DMV Videos says, surely the Fitbit would know if you were 4 OC. Diane says, maybe they knew she was dead from the Fitbit, as they had the Fitbit reading from day 1 or 2, as Eddie had showed on his channel. I know. I would assume they would have known her basically time of death from that Fitbit, but I don't know who Eddie is.
Oh yeah, Adam. I don't really think he knows who Eddie is, because usually he's working while I'm popping up videos for Nicola. So Eddie is Eddie's final break.
Okay.
Again,
oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I do know. Yeah.
Okay. I want to take that down for a second. I'm gonna bring up my
with the Fitbit, I'm curious about this GPS question. I mean, I know you're going to pull something up, Sonny, but
Yeah, no,
so
go ahead.
so if the Fitbit had GPS, I like that DW Bull's question was, if Fitbit had GPS, why didn't they find her? I think that's a good question.
What was the question? So what was if Fitbit has GPS? Why didn't it find her? Yeah, why didn't it find her?
Right. Because, I mean, we know that it was testified that, that, well, I mean, I'm sure we'll get into that, more, but I mean, with the water in the lungs, I mean, they basically are saying,
Yeah.
and the level of rigor mortis being completed, as they said, or whatever. I mean, their assumption is she went into the water that day.
Okay.
So I'm curious by that. I'm curious
Is
as well.
let me ask quickly. Is there somebody that knows a lot about Fitbits that wants to come join us on this live for just a little bit here? Don't all put up your hands at once, of course. But is there somebody that does want to come join us? You don't have to turn on your camera, but you just have to show that you're a human in the background, so I don't get like somebody pulling out
Right.
their D at me and something like that. It does happen.
Right.
Is there anyone that does want to come up?
Angel or Dramalama?
You know, don't feel no pressure. If you don't want to, you don't want to. Jump on over there.
I get it.
The research I've done states you can't tell
just
after 3 weeks. It's hard to tell about drowning because the lungs fill anyways. I'm just putting that out there. If anyone does, just ask it. Okay. They could only get the info from the actual Fitbit once the body was found. Correct.
Okay, well, that would make sense as far as the GPS and why they couldn't locate her.
Well, I was gonna say, it's one of those. Well, okay, right? Because I mean, they have her doing 4,000 something steps between
Right.
8 to 9. Somebody just subscribed.
Thank you.
Thank you for subscribing, Steve. Really? I don't know about Fitbits. I don't have one. Well, if you want to come sit near Adam, you can still do that. I don't care. You can come sit right between us if you want there, DMV. You don't have to know about Fitbits. So they could have. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, right. I was showing this. Yeah, 1 sec. Water. Well, just going to check something too. She laughed at him. She was laughing. But I was serious, though. Where's the link? Angel. Angel, come on then. That's right, Angel. Come on, Angel.
There you go. Thank you,
Get
Angel.
your butt on up here, Angel. Isn't it nice, Angel, that you get to sit beside the sun?
The only thing I'll tell you briefly while you're dropping that link. The only thing I know about Fitbits is that I know that my mother has one, and when we take my niece on walks, she's in a stroller still, and my mother has to put her Fitbit on her ankle because she counts her steps and she does all of those things.
Hey, Darren.
And so my mother will put the Fitbit around her ankle. Because if she's pushing the stroller, it doesn't count her steps. That's the only thing I know about Fitbits.
Okay. And, right. Your GPS doesn't, I guess that would go back to the whole Titan submersible. That remember, because GPS doesn't work underwater. Right. Sailor man, no. You smart me. Hey, Sailor, by the way, did you go to the Nicola Bulley? Did you go over there at all? Did you try to even get in?
I read that people were turned away this morning that had not registered.
They're going over to the Inquest over there? We're lagging. We lagged a second.
Yeah, we lagged for a minute.
We did.
Oh, hey, Darren.
Yeah, so Darren's on, Darren's in the naughty corner, okay?
Well, it's a naughty word. That's a naughty word to throw out as a hello.
Yeah, but Darren knows to be. Most people have blocked it by now. Oh, here. So, Angel, can you just quickly just show me that you're a human behind that? like no one will see you on the live. Only I can see you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you so much. Perfect. Okay. So let's add Angel to the stream. There we
Hey,
go.
Angel.
Hey, Angel.
Hiya. Right.
There we go. Perfect.
When you've got a Fitbit or any type of, like, you're syncing, so you're connecting them both together. Because they weren't synced, you can still use your Fitbit as a standalone. So when you go for a run or a swim or whatever, you set a mode, which puts your GPS on. It doesn't come on automatically on the watch.
Okay.
It sounds like the GPS was switched off to conserve battery power, and it's a few people have been reported that they've died. For a few days, the Fitbit shows that they're still alive, though there's still a heartbeat, but it's something to do with the light. It's not electronic, like electrical impulse, as it works on. It works on light. So the light detects movement. So even though your brain has died, you've still got microbes and bacteria and movement. You can even put your Fitbit in a bag or a purse and walk around with it, and it'll still detect a heartbeat. So it's movement.
Okay. So would that necessarily be the water that would be getting in between the skin and the Fitbit, or the microbes and other things as you're talking about?
Any type of movement. It
Okay.
could be both, but it's works on movement. So I can't understand why there would be no steps recorded, because your arms would be moving, which would show steps, but no steps were recorded. So that means there were no movement of her arms. But it shows the watch is still working because it's still detecting a heartbeat for movement.
Right.
Which could be bacteria, or even though when your brain dies, your body swells and there's gases and all kinds of things happen.
Well, here, let me.
So that could be the movement, but I can't understand why there would be no steps. Because in water, you're moving, your arms would move about, which would count steps.
Right, that would count steps. So
yeah, because even if you took your watch off and you swung it about, it would still count as a step. Right.
Now, like I said, I don't know much about Fitbits, but like I said, the one thing I know, which maybe this plays into it, is that, like I know that, like when you're pushing a stroller, if you wear a Fitbit, your arms are up as they would be in water, to be honest, and if you're holding onto a fixed object, like a stroller, or, if in water, they're keeping at the level of the water, whether it's moving or not, they're keeping at that level. It does not register steps. And so, like, I was saying, like with my mother, like when she pushes the stroller, she puts her Fitbit around her ankle, because if not, she won't get her step.
No, it doesn't measure a step.
Yes. So, I mean, if your arms are in water that are, holding your arms at, the water, the level of the water, and they're moving at a consistent rate, even if it is just a little bit, they might not register steps.
But would you not think it would have registered a few steps for the amount of distance that were travelled?
I mean, you would think it would. But again, I don't know. Like I said, I gave you my one piece of things I know about Fitbits.
But it says no steps from 9:30. And it also measures body temperature as well.
Okay. And Did they give those details in court, like what the body temperature was or any of those other things?
Not that I've heard.
Okay.
But if you Google, there's been cases where people have died, and they've said a time of death, and then when they've took the watch off a few hours later, it's still recorded heartbeat up to several hours. It says after.
Yeah, I agree. That's a very good point. So, did they give any indication in the hearing that about why the Fitbit recorded a heartbeat until the 4th?
But they explained that it could be the water between the wrist.
Okay.
But when you go into water and you go swimming on a Fitbit, you have to put the swim mode on for it to register a heartbeat, which is what I don't understand.
Okay, so even to register a heartbeat, you have to put it on swim mode. Huh.
You've got to put it on swim mode, yeah. And the GPS, it's got a built-in GPS, so you don't need your phone. It's a standalone from your phone. But when you're going to do your exercise, you put your GPS on. Then it's not automatically on all the time.
Okay.
But it also knows when you're moving. So so if you got in a car and you drove in a car, it knows you're not running, but it would still go onto your Google Maps because it's got built-in Google Maps on it. Do you get what I mean? So even though it's not synced and you can't turn on a GPS because it's not synced to the phone, so it's like separate now from the phone, you should still be able to log into your Google account and look on your Google Maps.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But it says that the GPS isn't automatically put on, so you put the mode on for running, and the heart rate doesn't come on when you're in water unless you put on swimming mode. That's what it says in specifications anyway. I quickly read them after. But so I hope that helps you out a little bit.
Well, I was gonna say, no. I was just simply gonna say, I mean, I was kind of letting you and Adam talk there because I really know nothing about Fitbits. But I appreciate you definitely like helping us out here and you guys in chat as well. Try to, make us understand it a little bit better. Just because, like I said, I've heard of Fitbits. I know a lot of people have Fitbits. I don't have a Fitbit. I'd have to leave my freaking bedroom and computer chair half the time, which I don't. So Fitbit. But no, just a quick question with you as well, Angel. And again, thank you for coming on and talking. So like the Fitbit wasn't synced. So it was a Christmas gift that was given to her from Paul for Christmas, right? So she really only had it a month. And I'm sure she probably wasn't overly, you know what I mean? It's not like it was this longevity item that she had for a while and was used to it and all the different things and whatever. She only had it since Christmas time, but they did say it wasn't synced from Tuesday prior to that. Now, don't know why, perhaps, not sure why. I mean, again, I don't own a Fitbit. I'm not one of those, like said, so I don't know how religiously someone that owns a Fitbit sticks it on, it syncs it up, or if they...
Well, it was synced prior to that because she had maps on of where she'd walked.
Right,
so,
that Strava thing?
But if you do an update on, say, watch or your phone, and you don't, it doesn't sync, it stops the sync. So then you have to go back into your settings and sync it. So she might have done an update on the watch or on the phone.
Okay.
And not sync them. But the Fitbit 4, it still it keeps all the information in the memory because it's got built-in GPS. It doesn't use your phone GPS. It's got built-in Google Maps.
Right.
And it's got the pulse, pulse, oh, I've wrote it down, one sec.
So do you personally believe, Angel, that the whole heart rate thing that was said till the 4th or whatever, that's really a nothing burger?
Yeah, I do. But I don't think she went in the water at that point.
I think, do you think by chance as well that perhaps, I mean, they are definitely creating the narrative to what they believe happened. That doesn't mean that did happen, though. That's just it. Because from the get-go, they said she fell in the water there. But okay, so bottom line is they have nothing to prove that is the case. They do not know that Nicola actually went in the water there. They're just, again, going with their best, what do you want to call it? Hypothesis? Hey, Rebecca Smith, their best hypothesis that this is exactly what happened. And, do you know what I mean? Like they really are just taking what they believe happened.
Can you remember the first, what came out when they said that a witness saw her talking to 2 people on the towpath, and then a week later they changed it and that witness had gone?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of witnesses that were gone, to be honest with you. I mean, like I said,
and a scream was heard. 2 people hear a scream at 9:30. At 9:30, that is when the phone was found. The police said the phone made its way to the bench.
Yeah. How did those
so
people...
between 9:15 and 9:30, the phone made its way to the bench. Get what I mean?
Say that one more time, Angel.
Please.
When police gave the interview the first week, they said that she was seen speaking to 2 people. There were 3 of them speaking, yeah? And the dog. One witness saw that. Then the police a week later changed where the sighting was to the upper field from the towpath, and said at 9:15, the phone made its way to the bench. Not that Nicola took it there, but the phone made its way to the bench.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if Penny said
Right.
she climbs over the stile, she told Lancashire News she had a bit of twine in her pocket and she tied up the dog, but then went home and rings someone, and then Ron's ringing his wife, who already knows about it because she's heard from Penny.
Yeah.
And to tie the dog up, but she told Lancashire Post she tied the dog up.
Right, exactly. So this is, you know what, and I can tell going back to look at the information again. So it's no different, a little bit the same to me, that Rebecca Smith never in any point of that timeline, what she said was that, then the referring to Penny, but didn't say Penny's name, that she had come across the phone and the dog, and that the dog, at no point did anyone say Miss Penny was freaking, hopping over or freaking flip-flopping over a stile, right?
No, and then why would you need to say bring something to tie the dog up when there's a lead there?
No. Well, not only that, but Rebecca Smith never said anything about the appointment. We heard about the appointment in the newspaper. When she was going over the timeline, what she said was, she started talking and then she flubbled over her words, and she said, well, she went just before she went home. No, when she went home, she made a few phone calls to the vet. At no point did she go, she went to an appointment, and then made phone, like, do you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
like the daughter-in-law's phone call was after her appointment.
Yeah, after. But that Ron said that she said she made the phone call after the appointment, but that Ron, I know his name's not Ron, but that's what they were calling him, said to Sky News, it was about 9:33. I was phoning my wife, and my wife was phoning me because she spoke to Penny to tie the dog up.
Right. But also, from what I read, and like I said, I've not seen everything, but from what I read, the Penny found the harness, but no lead.
No, there was a retractable lead there now, apparently.
You probably haven't read that.
The article I read from what was testified to said that she found a harness.
Yeah. But apparently there was at the inquest today, there was a retractable lead. So why would you need to ring someone to tie the dog up? Do you get what I mean?
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Ron is saying that Penny called my wife blah, 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 blah. And Penny said that to tie the dog up because the dog was rough. And then he stopped. Okay. I can tell you right now, he went running loose. Yeah. So that doesn't make sense. So Ron apparently came at 9:45. Okay. 9:45. So basically Ron, the way it's been contrived and the way it has been is that Ron came in and he saw the phone on the bench and whatever. Now, his wife, Susan, ended up coming down not too long right after. So what happened to the dog?
Can I just stop you there, Sonny? 1 second. Yeah. He said it wasn't until he said he says he saw the phone on the bench. This is what he said today, and the lead. But then he said to Sky reporters, it wasn't until I got to the red brick building that I thought there was something wrong. So that means he was coming from the upper field, past the brick building on his way out.
No. Well, no. Well,
if he's seen the phone, if he says he saw the phone and he saw the lead, and if that's when he thought something was wrong, in the Sky News report, he says it wasn't until I got to the red brick building, which is on the towpath, that I realised something was wrong.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's the odd person that has said it your way there, Angel. But when you think about it, you're not going to see that phone from the red brick building. You're going to walk in.
No, it means he passed the phone and it means he's passed it and he already knows it's there.
Right, exactly. And then he got to the red brick building and was like, "Oh, something strange about this." That's what you mean, right?
Yeah. And he was trying to ring. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's ringing his wife, and his wife's ringing him. But Penny's already spoke to the wife to go and tie up the dog. Mm-hmm. But it just that bit there, the witnesses, doesn't make sense.
Well, you know what? I know that I need to go take all this information today and put it into to go back to Google Maps and sort everything out in my brain to what's being said by this stuff, right?
And them two people that heard the scream, it was behind the church, so that is nowhere near the bench. It's past the weir, and it's where it's deeper.
Right, and Penny would have already come there, so Penny would have heard the scream. I don't think
Penny must have been coming from that way because she came over the stile.
Well, see, explain this to me. At what point does Penny need to go over the stile? Can somebody explain that to me?
Just today.
You know, like just today. So let me put it this way, right? You're coming in through the kissing gate. At what point do you need to go over the stile? The only way that she would need to go over. So she says she tied her dog up. Her dog, okay?
Right.
And she went over the stile. So does that mean that Willow couldn't get his butt through she couldn't get her butt through the stile? And she was on the other side.
When you're walking up to the kissing gate, there's a fence at the side of you.
Yeah.
Between the river and the path. So you're walking up. But she said she come over the stile.
Yeah, which I found odd.
means she was the other side of that fence, doesn't it?
Well,
Right. And why? Because that's not the direction she should have been coming from the caravan park.
No,
yeah, let me just
exactly. But the screaming was heard near the church, which is that way along. It's near there.
Unless she was well into her walk and she had taken the dog over the other side of the stile, and then she was coming from that area.
9:30. She was said she was walking her dog. 9:30.
Right, but we don't know what time she started her walk. So I mean, she might have
But
been
the screams,
her walk.
the screams were 9:30.
Yeah.
Two different people.
No, well, again, we're gonna have to go back into some of this stuff because we know some of it's not making sense right.
Clearly, of course.
But
We'll be
I've never.
for a while.
Go ahead, Angel.
And I don't suspect any family, or I'm sure the police would have contacted Amazon straight away with a ring doorbell to get the footage direct from them.
Yeah.
So they would have known he'd been in the house. They would have known whether he's left or not left. They would have known that. Yeah. And I don't think we're in the water to start with. It's nothing to do with them. It's and I don't think she fell in anywhere near that bench. And I want to thought, but what got my mind thinking there was something wrong, was when the narrative changed and Penny's story changed.
Okay, you look on
From
screen
the
for a
very-
second.
What?
I know this is Google. I know this is Google Earth, you guys, and it's not the same day. Is that our man in black with a little bit of green on?
Creepy. Sonny, you're muted.
Funny? No, I'm not.
Is that a mask? It looks like a black space suit.
That's a little Google man.
That's a Google man. Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, I've never been dropped there before. So, but I want to go back to the style thing here, guys. Okay. So let me come back out of here because I didn't mean to land here. Well,
While you're doing that, Sonny, someone said that John's video showed that before you get to the there's an entrance before you. Whoa, sorry. John's video showed there's an entrance to the area behind the stile.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, William.
I just kind of like the fact that I actually landed here, and I'm afraid to leave it now because it was so cool. Okay, hold on. Let me bring little dude man over here. Okay, there's a red brick building, by the way. Okay, right here, right. Oh, hey, this dude just keeps following me.
Right. That's so creepy.
Well, it was because how did I even?
Oh my
pass
goodness,
him?
that was like a Henry VIII belly.
Like seriously, stalker. But look, I literally took myself out of the view, and it literally skid marked over there. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, stay away from me, dude. Okay, where are you? Oh, look at this! You're following me everywhere. Seriously, what did they do? It's like someone was stalking him on Google Maps. Okay, anyway, over here.
We all know that.
Is where John went. He went over here and down the path. Okay, so Angel, to you, I pose the question: what style did she freaking feel like she needed to go over?
The one at the side of the kissing gate.
Over here.
Next to the kissing gate is a stile, but where the kissing gate is, there's a path, and it's cut off by a fence all the way along. So
well, I know that there's a path right here because that's where John went. Like right here, that there's the style, and that's so the older gentleman that was talking in Curtis Media's video said it was wrong.
Yeah, where it says the dog was running towards the stile,
Yeah.
which is to the left of your picture there.
It was right here. That's what the old man was pointing to. Yeah, the left, like meaning left
Yeah.
of the bed. Okay, so that's what, because that's where the old man pointed to, and so
Yeah.
then, yeah, and this is quite slopey. I remember John saying from crime scene to courtroom that's quite slopey. He goes, it doesn't look as slopey on here, but it's a lot slopier. And then it sounds like what was said, that Penny tied up her dog, and that it's almost like she had to go over the stile to perhaps get Willow. But don't forget, you guys, this grass is a lot flusher and all that stuff. Don't forget, we're not looking at it in this picture like it was how the time period that it happened in. But do you take that as do you guys take that as Penny tied up her dog, even though she had twine, that she had to, and there's a lead there as well. How does that make sense? The harness there, a lead there, But anyways, so she tied up her dog to go over the stile. Is that like that's what? Is anybody else like what are you guys thinking on that? Because that's how I'm picturing it. That she tied up her dog, and she had to go, because you wouldn't go over a stile if you have a kissing gate right there. So obviously,
How would she know? How would she know that there was no one there? Because she would not have seen the lead or the phone until she got over the stile.
Say that. Sorry, you kind of broke up there.
I'm saying she wouldn't have known. She wouldn't have known that that dog was on its own until she got over the stile to be able to see the phone and the lead. From the angle on bench, from the stile, how would you see a phone or know that there was someone at the gate, kissing gate, with the dog?
Well, see, I'm taking it that she came through the kissing gate already, saw it, but I think the way you're sounding is that she came over the stile like prior to the kissing gate, like she went
Exactly.
that way.
Yeah, and I think the phone and the lead were staged and put there.
Oh, okay. So you think that somebody put it there? I think Peter Falding made a comment to that, didn't he? Didn't Peter Falding make a comment to that? Pretty sure it was him that said that. Didn't he make a comment to that?
Yeah,
Somebody
he did.
Yeah, okay. He did, didn't he? There was definitely someone that said that. Actually, it was Peter Falding that actually said that. I remember that actually.
And I live near a really fast-flowing river, what's got like a bit of a big weir waterfall, and then the river comes round a bend, similar to St. Weir, and it's really fast-flowing, but just before it gets to the weir, it's the only place that my dog can go in because it's calm.
Okay. Yeah.
And the water wasn't. If that had happened at 9:30 and she got there at 9:30, and the Fitbit shows that there was no steps after 9:30, she's actually putting herself in the place where it happened. Apparently, at this time it happened.
Right, and I think it was testified that she was there as early as 9:15.
Well, you don't know what time she. You don't know what time she left the caravan park. You don't know where she went, and then but she went back to ring people and the vets.
Someone in the chat said that a witness said that Penny was there at 9:15.
No.
Yeah, I heard 9:15. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think that was said. Actually, I don't.
See, someone in chat said that. I don't know. So.
Oh, there what? Okay, you know what, you guys. Let's go. Well, hold on a second. First, I want to do.
But at the inquest, it said 9:30.
Right at the inquest, it said 9:30. Right.
Yeah.
Well, Susie says the witness said it today. She saw Penny at the stile at 9:15.
No, well, Susie said yes, Sonny, but she didn't say 9:15. Susie, are you saying 9:15 to 9:15? Or are you saying it to 9:30? Just type the 9:30 or 9:15. Because in the inquest today, it said they were talking about a witness that saw Penny when she was around that time, 9:15, the first, like, seeing her. And that's when we were talking about, right, Susie? That's when we were talking about, you know what, Adam, we're going to go back over the timeline.
Right.
Because,
well, yeah, of course. Lucia says, okay, the inquest today said 9:30. And then right after that, Steve says, Penny was at the stile at 9:15, according to a witness.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
because the time frame they were looking for people to look on dash cam footage was between 9:10 and 9:20. But I am pretty sure that I heard that at 9:20, that's when Penny turned up.
I was going to say, you know what? We're going to go back to that in a few minutes. And we're going to go bring up that exactly what was said today, because we already know what was said kind of before. So we're going to go back to that in just a second, but I have to do a couple things. First, I want to thank Mustang. She bought 5 tacos. Thank you, Mustang, for buying the 5 tacos. And sorry, just out of appreciation there, I like to go to my Twitter. Is this my Twitter here?
Thank you, Mustang. Thank you so much.
Let me go. If you guys aren't following, do you have the hiccups? Do you have the hiccups? There we go.
I do.
Mustang's 5, but it's crime and shame 5. Hey, did I literally put freaking 2 S's on tacos? Maybe I felt like I was like tacos. I must have been drinking. I doubt it, but
Taco. It's like taco.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go see to my grandkids.
yes,
but I will be listening. And you're saying Yorkshire brilliantly. Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Lancashire.
Lancashire.
Yeah.
Hey, as North Americans, we apologize for any.
That's okay. I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
And not only that, I live in the South, so I have double the problem, because people in the South in the U.S. speak very funny.
Anyways, Angel, go to your grandchildren. Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's bedtime for them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Angel. We
You're
greatly
welcome.
appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And your
Bye.
information was wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And I also want to do this because there wasn't another email that came in, and it really made me tear up, to be honest with you, when I seen it. I just want to say this. I'm just going to say the name Sarah without it being that someone knows who Sarah is, because Sarah is a very common name. But anyways, it says, "Hello, Sunny. We watch you on Sky Cube. You have done brilliantly today. My husband and I are so very proud of you." I literally, I'm so sorry. I didn't read it properly like that. Anyways, I just wanted to say to Sarah, thank you so much. When I saw that email, again, it's appreciation when someone says something like that. It really does. I really do appreciate all the kindness when people are appreciative of, the hard work that we do and try to cover facts factually. But just, it's just about being nice sometimes to human beings. And like I said, however, you are as a human, hopefully, like I said, kindness goes a long way. Being nice to each other. Right, Darren? I'm still not marrying you, Darren. But anyways, either way, I wanted to say thank you so much. That really meant a lot. And like I said, my eyes got teary as that came in, but they were talking about the Fitbit at the time. So I just wanted to get back to that and just say thank you so much. Now, with that being said, yes, this needs to be really gone over with properly. And again, we have tomorrow as well. What's behind the church? Well, behind the church is after the graveyard, then it's kind of like what the heck was that? It not been a spider. Come on, the spider word. I feel like something fell. Maybe it was just my hair. I don't know. It's just more like open grass back there, because Claire had gone there when Claire was like live with me as we were trying to film, but you don't film live because she was laggy as anything, and I should have known better. So it's church, graves, Nicola Bulley's, obviously you guys have seen it now. It's towards the very back over there, and then after that is grass. So yeah, but anyways, let's stop screen. I'm close and personal again, but at least this time I'm just not booming your face because Adam's here. So with that being said, so let's go back to this, guys. Okay, we're gonna go back to this one right here because this one was feeding out the best information at the start. Now, mind you, hold on, let's go back to the start. Jackie, thank you, Jackie. I'm hearing upstairs. Thank you, Jackie, for sending that this morning. That was great. I think yours started around 12:55, if I'm not mistaken, Jackie. So let's go back to here, guys. Okay, let's just re-go back. We're not going to go back to like freaking they're waiting and stuff like that. Just they started about an hour late, Adam, this morning.
Okay.
Okay, so
yeah,
we'll
I think the first one I saw was at like 9:55 a.m. maybe.
Yeah. No, yeah, 10 o'clock is pretty much. It started at 10. It started at 11. It was meant to start at 10. So we will like 10 here. Okay.
And then they broke for lunch.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So let's take us off screen to make it. Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
hi, Adam.
Thanks.
Oh, it's because I didn't know, Adam, I can create different things if I want to, different layouts.
Oh, don't tell me that. Like I see that plus button too.
Yeah. So you know what, Louise? I'm not buying the screens myself. Allotment lane. Come on, Penny would have heard the screams by that point. But we'll go over it again, okay, guys? Let's go deeper. You guys, join in the conversations. Don't forget to hit the like button.
How do I get to be the person that's on the little screen there?
Why am I trying myself?
Because I did that. I want to know how I get to be that person.
Oh no. So I see it put. Oh, I guess I created that for myself then.
I guess.
It doesn't put you.
Wait, what goes there? Oh, there. Both of us are. All right. I'm gonna let you. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sorry.
That's how Drunk Turkey did it. How did you put us to the bottom? Oh,
there.
like that. Okay. Anyways, let's do that. Let's get us off the screen, unless you want to be on it.
No.
Okay. So let's go back to the page. So let's just see here. Corner. Okay. Blah blah blah. Okay. So let's just say Nicola's partner Paul Ansel and her mom and dad's sister had just arrived at court. They sat in the front row. This is to give you guys the visual again. They are sat in the front row. Paul is sat next to Nicola's sister, Louise Cunningham, wearing a long blue long sleeve shirt. He remained silent since coming into the court, expressionless. He looked looking straight ahead to where the coroner will sit. Nicola's sister, Louise, is glancing around the room while her parents, Ernest and Dottie. Do you have this pulled up on your computer?
Yeah.
Okay. What I would like you to do, Adam,
I think I do. Hold on.
I was going to say, pull it up because I've already read this. So maybe when you're reading it, you know what I mean? Instead of hearing somebody else read it.
Right.
Perhaps
so I got.
So start at 11. Yeah, it's 7 in the UK, 7:32.
Wait, is this the same article?
It's in your messenger, regardless.
Yeah,
It's
is this the Liverpool Echo?
Nope, it's a Manchester Evening News. You want Manchester Evening. Hey, look to the left. Did you see those? Hey, if you're a guy in here, don't look to the left. Too much sexiness going on there.
Right.
Okay. Tell me when you find it. 11 o'clock really is just basically the coroner saying sorry to me underneath these circumstances. It would be grateful if you pass on to the children in court for obvious reasons. This part's neither here nor there. Nicola's family tell the coroner that they prefer to call Nikki instead of Nicola.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
so
that.
basically you're at 11:06.
Right. So day one witnesses says, witnesses giving evidence on the first day. Home office pathologist, a police diver, Professor Tipton, and Dr. Morgan, who are experts in how people drown, an expert on body flotation after death, 9 members of the public who were in the area of the River Weir when Nikki went missing, and Detective Superintendent Rebecca Smith. The second day of the inquest, we'll hear from a doctor, Nikki's general practitioner, and members of her family.
Oh, that one, ignore that one. That one's just in a contempt of court. He's basically just giving
Yeah.
a warning.
Giving
Okay.
everyone a warning that if they disrupt things, that he'll call
Yeah.
contempt of court.
Okay, so we'll go to this.
So the next one that it looks like we have is 11:24, which says evidence from pathologist reveals classic signs of asphyxia. Home office pathologist Dr. Allison Amore is giving evidence. She carried out a post-mortem examination on February 21st, 2 days after Nikki's body was found. Dr. Amore says there were bruises on the back of Nikki's left thigh and grass vegetation around her foot. There were several other bruises on her body, including both on the front and back of her right arm. There were no signs of trauma to the neck, the inquest hears, and an internal examination found classic signs of asphyxia. The pathologist goes on to detail the rest of her findings. Dr. Amore said Nikki had not been drinking before her death. The coroner asks her, at the time of the death, she had no alcohol in her bloodstream? And Dr. Amore replies, that's my opinion. So
Now-
I want to quickly say that there was this one little brief comment here. It says, the pathologist goes on to detail the rest of her findings. To me, that's where the best information always is in those little comments like that, because they kind of skipped over everything else the pathologist said. And I'm like, well, I want to know those things.
Yeah. The corner don't know.
The drinking, though, of course, is interesting because, having been told that, the allegedly, she was going through struggles, as it was said.
Yeah.
And that, and that we know that she struggled with alcohol in the past. But yet, I know there was ethanol found in the body from something else I'd read, but to hear the pathologist say that they don't believe she was drinking, I think is I'm glad for Nicola, because no one's really been I think rooting for her as much, and at least that shows that the narrative we've been given necessarily isn't necessarily the narrative that was factual for that morning, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. All right.
So
I put my
can
phone.
people-
I'm done reading.
I just want to say this. Okay, so Angel said you can't bruise after. So it says, can people bruise after they die? The short answer to the question is no. Dead tissue cannot bruise. Only living tissue can be. Sorry, I'd have to click on the rest of the thing.
Sometimes when blood pools, it can bruise. But that's part of the rigor mortis and lividity, as it's called. When if a body's laying in one position for an extended period of time, my understanding is when blood pools, it can create the appearance of bruising.
Yeah. Now, oh no, I was gonna say, well, maybe, was her boot off when they said that grass vegetation was around her foot? But I guess that could have just went in. I guess that could have just went in through.
That's how I read it, but I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay. Darren says, I drink. Does that mean I'm at high risk? Darren, only if you're in perimenopause.
Okay.
Kidding.
So, Darren being good over there? Darren, you being good? I drink more. Does this mean I'm high risk? Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Okay, so I think we're at 11:30 a.m. Are you ready for me to go outside?
Yeah.
Dr. Armour concluded Nikki was alive when she entered the water. She said, I have concluded the cause of death was drowning because of the following factors. The watery fluid within the stomach, the lungs showed typical or classical features we have seen in cases of drowning. Okay, Dr. Armour, was there water in the lung? The coroner asked Dr. Armour if there was any signs Nikki had been assaulted or harmed prior to her death. No, there was not, she replies. The presence of the watery fluid along the lung changes, in my opinion, confirm that Nicola Bulley was alive when she entered the water.
Right.
Okay. Well, so the presence of watery fluid along the lung with the lung changes. Wait, so I'm sorry, I don't mean just like harp on things, but
No. Go ahead. That's what
my
we're here for.
understanding, my understanding when, if there's water found inside the lungs in a drowning victim, that means they're alive when they go into the water. So unless this is just pure ignorance on my part, the wording in the classic signs of asphyxia I found interesting. And then when it says that there was watery fluid within the stomach, but then it says the lungs showed typical or classical features we've seen in cases of drowning. And then the further statement says the presence of the watery fluid along with lung changes, in my opinion. So I'm like,
Right.
okay, well, come out and say, was there water in the lungs or not?
Right. Yeah.
And maybe that might
In
be
my
just me being
opinion.
conspiratory, but
Yeah.
and I'm not a conspiratory person, but I found that the wording in that very interesting.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
So then the next thing I believe is at 11:34. It says police diver gives evidence. We're now hearing from PC Matthew Thackeray from the police's Northwest Underwater Diving Team. PC Thackeray has been a police diver for 8 years.
Adam,
Thanks for that article there.
Let me just tell you this. Isn't there a PCU that questions why they didn't ask Peter Falding for his opinions whatsoever, considering he's the most probably specialist diver of those ones that was part of the search and whatever? Like,
Right.
Doesn't it kind of rub you the wrong way that they really didn't ask him? Because it's like I said,
Right.
it's almost like that they're running with their narrative. They got their police people that okay, and I'm sorry, but I think that they're a lot more useless than, say, Peter Falding is when it comes to searching, because they really aren't the experienced searchers. And obviously, if they didn't whack down the sides and couldn't find Nicola Bulley, and they didn't do that, and yet Peter Falding said that's one of the things that you do right away. You're searching, but you're also whacking down the sides, right?
Right.
But don't you think it is odd that they didn't ask him for, right? Like, were they afraid that he would? Because that he would have contradicted a lot of the stuff, and to me, it just sounds like they didn't want him there.
Well, I didn't find it odd until I saw that their stipulations as far as participating in this inquest. I mean, in Ron or Roger's incident, he gave a written statement. He did not appear at the inquest. And then to find out Penny appeared via video. I mean, clearly they had a pretty broad definition of what it was like to give testimony in this case. So
Yeah.
Peter Falding couldn't have given a written statement to be read, or Peter Falding wasn't even deemed worthy to give, video testimony. Right. I find that interesting.
Well, I find it interesting considering they basically,
I mean, well, I would find it more interesting had I not spent the last 6 months, learning that the Lancashire police clearly have an arrogance about them that
yes, Yes.
You know,
Yes.
dictates, you know, that, you know, they know best, and how dare anyone question them.
Yeah, that's pretty much, again, that's always rubbed me the wrong way, the arrogance of how they've positioned themselves from the get-go of all this. Everything was just blatantly projecting on everybody else but themselves. And Rebecca Smith and Snowden especially. I actually like Sally Riley. um Sally Riley seems
Right.
like a pretty decent chick, like, honestly.
Right.
She comes off as a lot nicer and warmer than
Right.
Rebecca Smith, and Snowden just comes off like an idiot, to be
Well,
honest.
can I say really quickly too? I'm not even implying that, you know, that the Lancashire police are, you know, like covering something up, or that they're, you know, they're hiding something. I'm just
Right.
looking at this as I find their refusal to include anything that isn't within the narrative they've given,
Right.
to be suspicious. I'm not saying that they are even hiding things. I think that it could just be an inadequacy in their abilities,
Mm-hmm.
which,
They
you
want to
know,
look bad. They
right.
want to look bad.
So I'm not even suggesting like there's a cover up or something. I'm just saying I
It's
feel
just
like
one. Yeah.
it's a smoke screen in a way.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, let's go on, and we'll.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah. So you're at
So there we have 11:44. Evidence continues. PC Thackeray is describing the scene of the riverbank where Nikki was last seen. He is using a series of photographs to point out the location and the bench where Nikki's phone was found. These pictures were taken to try to show the slope down to the banking towards the river itself, he says. The images are showing the two areas of sloping, with the second much steeper than the first. PC Thackeray said that although the river level was higher than normal, interesting, there were around a 1 meter drop the day Nikki went missing.
Okay. Is there anything there that you want
And
to?
then we have, it's 11:48. It's very difficult to get out of the water here. This was Paul Britton. Okay. PC Thackeray describes how there's a man-made river wall constructed of large square bricks on the corner of the river. Okay, we've seen that, yeah. Which he said he presumes has been done to prevent the river banking being worn away. The coroner asks, if you were in the water and trying to climb out, would it be possible to find a foothold on the bricks? PC Thackeray replies, no, not at all. It's very difficult to get out of the water here. The coroner asks, if you have fallen and gone over the edge of the steep section, are you going to stop before you hit the water? PC Thackeray says, no, you would just go into the water. The distance between where Nikki was last seen and where her body was found is around 1.5 miles. PC Thackeray says, there is nothing to grab hold of to help yourself back out, he adds. Water temperatures are 4 degrees Celsius. The temperatures of the water when Nikki went missing was 4 degrees Celsius, says the officer. He adds, if you're not used to it, then entering water at that temperature would lead to cold water shock. It causes you to gasp and causes your muscles to seize up. We're now watching a video clip filmed on PC Thackeray's body cam, which shows him swimming down the river from the bench to where Nikki's body was found. The video shows PC Thackeray starting from the bench, making his way down the banking and climbing into the river. On the floor of the river, we can see a pile of large rocks with sharp edges. That's subjective. The river is about 4 meters deep at this point, the inquest is told. PC Thackeray filmed the footage on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. This coincides with the statement issued by Lancashire Constabulary and the coroner after speculation mounted when the divers were spotted having returned to St. Michael's on the Weir. Okay. Police evidence continues. PC Thackeray tells the inquest, it's my belief that if she did fall in, she was probably floating and being pushed along the flow. Okay. Well then, where was she? 12:03, it says that's an awfully long time in very cold water. PC Thackeray explains that the riverbed does eventually slope up to allow you to stand, but this is approximately 40 meters downstream from where Nikki is believed to have entered the water. It took him 3.5 minutes to get to this location, although he said the speed of the flow was 1 meter per second or 2 knots on the day she disappeared. Wow. PC Thackeray says it should be 2 to 3 minutes before the river would bring you to the first point where a person could climb out. That's an awfully long time in very cold water, the coroner commented. Around 100 meters from where Nikki is believed to have entered the water, there is a small island. At this point, PC Thackeray is unable to reach the bottom. The river is about 2 meters deep at this location, the inquest is told.
Okay, so hold on a second. Okay, so let's stop on there for a second. At some point coming up here, they're going to be saying that 25 seconds, she was unconscious. Then someone says 10 seconds, pretty much.
And then I think it goes on to say 1 to 2 seconds.
Yeah, I can't. You know what? There's a few numbers.
I remember reading how it went from, 1 to 2 gasps. That's what it is, not seconds. I'm sorry, 1 to 2 gasps.
Okay, let's just see what some people are saying in chat quickly. Let's give them a chance. PA selling his car a matter of days. Later is a red flag, in my opinion. I don't know anything about that, Louise, to be honest with you.
You're right there.
Kate or Kat, but why didn't they want Peter Falding there? Didn't they need the help? No, like I said, it's like they obviously were pointing fingers at Peter Falding. We all know that. Again, it's the arrogance of it all. You can tell in that statement that Peter Falding gave. You guys could see it, right? I mean, anyone could you guys feel behind the text of how it was almost coming across or how it construed? It was basically like, we weren't asked for nothing, and it was kind of like they said it. And then you could see that, they were boasting about the experience that they have and how long that they've done things, in a sense. Like, we have all this experience, but you could almost feel that little bit of attitude behind that thing. Did you guys feel that? I did when I read that. I was feeling that little bit of, yep, they haven't asked us. They haven't requested nothing from us. And that's why he said, not photographs, not this, not nothing. They didn't request, that's where I really felt it pick up. Was when he was saying, like, they didn't request this from us or that from us. Nothing at all. Now, what I want to do is I do want to go back to Google Maps here. I do want to do that quickly. Let's get a bird's eye view here. Okay. So I do get the fact that, because John said as well, and I could see it before, this is, quite steep, and there's, not really a lot to pull yourself back up. But I'm telling you one thing. If I'm hitting that water, am I going to be grabbing for the side frickin' with my nails and all that crap? Absolutely. That's what I'm going to do. So they make it sound basically, okay, this is how they make it sound. That Nicola left no markings whatsoever, okay? If you hit that water and your kind of body's panicking, so basically it's almost like, well, she didn't have any clothes off. So, you know what? She probably 10 seconds she was gone. Because any person that has clothes on that's struggling in the water would instantly start flailing about trying to get rid of their clothes that's on them that's weighing them down. You're instantly going to try to take off your jacket, that big luggy jacket that you have on. You're going to try taking that off. Okay.
Right.
So,
yeah.
No, well, but you would though, right? You would literally, meaning There's no marks. She didn't have no head injury. So she didn't do that. So basically they're saying that she went in the water, coughed up some, put some water in her lungs.
So,
Dead.
so there were no head injuries at all, right? There were no contusions to her head. Right. Because my thought was, yes, you can't, like there was such a talk about, would you be able to stop yourself from falling into the water at that incline? And okay, yeah, maybe you can't. So you fall into the water. And so my natural instinct then would say, okay, so if you fall into water at such a force that you've gone down an incline and then you hit your head on, as I believe it was testified, the sharp rocks at that point.
Yeah, well, those were down further.
Well, no, I think it said at the point, when he walked down to where they think she went in, and then under the water it was said that there were sharp rocks.
I don't think so. I think it was 40 meters. Go back and read it again.
Let me look. Okay.
But you're right, Ellie, right? That's exactly what you would think. You would think that if Nicola went in the water, that it was because she slipped. That she slipped on in there. And then you would definitely see some slip-on marks there, like on that, because it would be kind of muddy a little bit or whatever, dewy, muddy, but you would have seen slip marks then. Yeah, there is rocks at the bench. There's rocks, which they've said. I've even shown them in a video because some guy named Street Hawk or something.
So it says the video shows PC Thackeray starting from the bench, making his way down the banking, climbing into the water. On the floor of the river, we can see a pile of large rocks with sharp edges. The river is about 4 meters deep at this point, the inquest is told.
Okay, is that what it said?
Yep.
Nothing about 40 meters in that whole sentence?
Nope. It says we're now watching a video clip filmed on PC Thackeray's body cam, which shows him swimming down the river from the bench to where Nikki's body's found. The video shows PC Thackeray starting from the bench, making his way down the banking, climbing into the water. On the floor of the river, we can see a pile of large rocks with sharp edges. The river is about 4 meters deep at this point.
At that point, it was 1 meter at the start point.
Right.
But now,
so it could have been a jump, it could have been a jump in the narrative in the summary there.
But no head injury. No head injury.
Nothing. And that's where my mind went immediately. Like, okay, if you fall in.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you fall in and there's a steep incline, nothing's going to stop you from going into the water. That's fine. But then I would also think you're falling at a fast enough motion that you then could hit your head on said sharp rocks. But there's no mention of that. And my understanding is also, I mean, I'm sorry, but 1 meters per second movement in the water. Okay.
So wait, how many meters are we going? 40? How many is that? That's 39. There's 41. Close enough. Now, okay, so basically they're saying, I think that she would have to go about 40 meters, right? Was it not 40 meters?
Right, okay.
From the bench, right, guys? Let me just zoom that in. Hold on. So she would have to go, basically saying that she would have to go about 40 meters to be able to get out. That's what they were basically saying.
Can I ask? So there were no head injuries, but then I'm hearing she had. So Susie says Nikki had blood on the chin, injury on the bridge of nose and eye, and bruises on the back of thigh, right arm, both front and back bruises. So
I never seen that? I was going to ask that before. Where did it say about the blood on the chin? Was it on a different? It must have been like maybe this Manchester one isn't saying it. But maybe it was said on
reported somewhere else.
One.
because I know someone else had said earlier that there was blood on her
Yeah.
face,
That's what I mean.
and that they found it was funny that after 23 days it wouldn't have washed off. But so so I'm thinking, okay, if there's an injury on the bridge of her nose and eye, okay, so if a rock hits you in the face, I don't know.
Injury on the bridge of her nose and eye, bruises on back of thigh, right arm, both front and back bruises. Yeah, because in anything that I seen so far, and I'm just going by like a few of the things. Never seen anything about the blood until someone said that earlier, and I was like, where are they getting that from? Okay, Arizona. I was going to ask you earlier. I have intubated many people from neonate to adult. If she inhaled cold water, her lungs would have clamped down, similar to an asthma attack, as an example. Your lungs, capillaries bed, no gas exchange. Can you dummy that down for me just a little bit more? So, like, is it like, are you saying that it like protects you? Like you're got a little bit of a protective barrier that the minute you hit cold water? Like, I just like clamped. I'm thinking of. Go ahead, Adam.
I don't know, but my take on that is that she's saying the lungs would have constricted down so small, like that it almost like is an asthma attack, and that your lungs and capillaries don't allow any room for gases to be exchanged because they've constricted so much. But so I don't know. So they're filled with water.
Cold shock water, you gasp. No air, you can't breathe. Right. They would shrink. Yes, Aspen. Right. Which, because I've had an asthma attack here and there in, I don't have asthma really. I have asthma in like Alberta, because Alberta is very dry air. And when it got to a certain kind of air, like this really thick air in the snow time, sometimes I would have a hard time breathing. And I've had bronchiolitis because I smoked back then. I vape, but I smoked back then. Bronchiolitis or whatever it is, bronchial. And I had, what's the one that's worse than bronchial? One where pneumonia, that's it. No, that one sucked. That one I could barely breathe out of my things. So let me ask you this. If Nicola fell in that water, 4 degrees, would she be dead in 25 seconds? Or 10 seconds? That's what I want to know. Would she have been dead? Because I'm having a hard time seeing that. 25 seconds, boops.
Well, no, Sunny, we haven't gotten to the 25 seconds yet.
I know. You can't see it either?
We haven't gotten there yet. I don't know. I don't really even know. I'd have to, me. I want to read the testimony for myself.
Yeah. We will come back to it. Okay. So I just wanted to show people what, say, 40 meters would look like. Apparently
Absolutely.
That's could have whatever. Yeah. Okay. So let me go back to present screen. Did anyone see where they seen the blood? It must have been on a different timeline or something. I don't know.
Must have been.
So let's go back to this. So we did this one around
overhanging trees.
It said at 100 meters from where Nikki is. Okay, so hold on. At around 100 meters from where Nikki is believed to have entered the water, there is a small island. At this point, PC Thackeray is unable to reach the bottom. The river has about 2 meters deep at this location, the Inquest. I mean, like I said, I've looked at that river. There's plenty of spots that are not deep. Plenty.
Like where she went in.
But, I mean, I guess I should go jump in the water. I need to go jump in the water over there at 4 degrees. See what
We
happens.
tried to. We told John. So we were talking to John behind the scenes before he went down there, and we both told him, just jump in the water. John
Yeah.
says, I'm not the best swimmer. And we're like, we'll remember you well. I'm kidding. It was like,
Right.
John, come on.
We could have had, if he didn't live, we just had another case we had to try to solve. Simple as that. Right, John?
Just play.
Love you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they stated
Right.
a leader.
And
Okay, let's go back.
What a beautiful man to wash up, right? No.
Huh.
Okay. So
Focus,
overhanging trees. PC Thackeray points out some overhanging trees as he allows the flow of the river to take him downstream. He explains he has done this rather than swim down to illustrate how, even when it is moving slowly, the river flow will take someone downstream. His feet still cannot touch the bottom.
Oh, Adam, can we stop for 1 second? I'm sorry. You guys, there's 156 people watching, and I'm so sorry, Adam, but there's only 46 likes.
Okay, everyone, go like this stream and then come back.
Do I have to throw guilt back your guys' way? I've been up probably about 24 hours straight now, if not more. I've been doing
Maybe. I don't think I.
5 o'clock this morning.
Okay,
5
I like
o'clock.
it.
It's now 12 o'clock. If you guys could just hit that like button. I'm not going to love you anymore, or not going to love you any less. But yeah, I just appreciate that. If you guys could, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Okay, go on. Carry on, Adam. Thank you, guys. Oops, I got rid of what I needed to. My bad. I was too busy concerned about the likes, I suppose. That was karma, I guess. Got to go back to where it was. Right here. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do want to say really quickly, I know there aren't very many mods in here, so if anyone's messages aren't coming through or like they're being held for review, we apologize because I just looked at the chat on my phone and there are very few mods in here today.
Angel's in here.
Yes.
On there. Let's see here.
Is Angel a mod?
No, she's a member. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
I saw several members. I just didn't see very many mods. And so I just wanted to apologize if anyone's messages were held for review.
Yeah. Is there a couple people in here that wish to become a mod? But you can't abuse it, okay? We only get really upset with people when they are attacking us. We let people have their opinions, but just don't be, besides Darren, sometimes Darren needs to go to the naughty corner if he's being bad, but he's been pretty good. Darren fell in love with me sometime between 5 hours ago to now at some point. Mod. Yeah, perfect, Jackie. Thanks, man.
I think Angel would be fine. Would be good as well. That's great.
Okay. Yeah, give you some add moderator. Let's see. Hold on a second here. So I just did that. Where's Jackie? All right, Jackie.
Purple says, "You two are funny. Love your humor. It helps. I can mod, but am new here, so maybe not." Thank you very much, Purple. And then if Sunny's doing that. Oh, you're fine. I'm gonna go ahead and read the next line.
Yeah.
PC Thackeray now discusses a weir. The water flows fast over the weir and below the weir. The river is tidal, he says. The water flows fast over the weir and below the weir. The river is tidal, he says. He goes on to point out several snag hazards, such as fallen trees and vegetation, which weren't searched by police when they arrived at the scene and started diving at 4 p.m. on the day Nikki went missing. However, the fire service did search this area in a boat, the inquest is told.
There we go. I think I modded 5 people. We're good now. Guys. Cool. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. We're still on. I'm on big screen here. I was sitting there just modding you guys left, right.
Dream Big says, I'm in a mood. What's a mod?
Yeah. Purple, you donated $10. I was like, you know what, Purple? If you said so, you said we were funny.
Right.
That's all that really mattered on that one. Thank you.
Right. And it's not even necessarily blocking or timing out. I just was looking at some of the comments were getting held for review, and I don't think they got posted onto there. So I was just like, oh. Sometimes when the internet deems something to be questionable, they'll hold it for review. So the next statement here is going to say police evidence continues, I believe, right? 1221.
Okay, let's just see what Anne Christina says. Let's just say the error that was made was to not deem this as a crime to start. Well, absolutely, Anne. They can't search for anything or get warrants if there is no crime investigation to begin with. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Sure, you can have some of the cornflakes that I pissed in. You can have that for dinner tonight. Actually, it's well past your dinner. That's a snack for you.
Susie says Thackeray is a snag hazard. What a tool. I have to say, I'm going to come away from this with, of course, a lot of thoughts about Nicola Bulley, but I'm going to use the word snag hazard, or the term snag hazard now forever. I promise you. Because I'm like, oh, snag hazard, that is a good term.
Every time I hear the name Thackeray, though, I don't know why there's something. It's a funny name. Thackeray.
Do you think of oh my goodness, what's the movie with the witches?
Oh yeah, the witches. That's
not the movie The Witches, but like
no.
The guy gets turned into the cat, and then Bette Midler's in it, Sarah Jessica Parker, and the woman from My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Yeah.
Hocus Pocus.
Oh, Hocus Pocus, that's it, yeah. If I was Greek, I would have been that woman, big fat Greek woman.
When I hear the word Thackeray, I think of that movie.
Yeah. Okay. I see Darren said he wants to come out of the corner. Yeah, I take it easy on him. You only whip him once in a while, okay? But he kind of tends to like that. Go a little hard sometimes. Can't handle police or anyone not doing the job fully. I agree, Arizona. Okay. Right. I think William Makepeace. I think of William Makepeace Thackeray. I feel like that's like a word you. Okay, go ahead, Adam.
So I think 1221. We read police evidence continues. PC Thackeray is asked about his experiences of deaths by drowning where the water depth is sufficient to be able to stand up. He says, I have attended a number of deaths where the water is chest deep and with a flat bottom with no flow to the water. You could avoid drowning by keeping calm and standing up. However, it doesn't happen like that when you suddenly enter cold water. You gasp and you breathe in water.
Are we at 1221?
Yeah.
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Oh, I skipped. No. I read the other one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You could avoid drowning by keeping calm and standing up. However, it doesn't happen like that when you suddenly enter cold water. You gasp and you breathe in water, and these drownings could have been prevented if they had kept calm and kept your head above the water, but it's never that simple. In this case, you can't put your foot down. The river was moving, and even if you got to the point of safety, it's difficult to climb out.
Hey, anything there?
No.
For John, if I keep. Hey, but Adam, just so you know, anyone.
Sorry.
No, I was just simply going to say that next time you feel like you're drowning, just chill, calm. Go YOLO.
Right.
Go on a back float. That's pretty much what you have to do. Stay calm. Go on a back float. Okay.
Well, in the next section, they tell us that if you fall into cold water, float. Sophie Cartwright, KC, the barrister representing Nikki's family, is now asking PC Thackeray some questions. He says advice. If you fall into cold water, is to float. If you try to swim, you are impaired, he says. Your muscles seize and you tire very quickly. Okay. So what I'm reading there is that, if you fall into the water, try to float. But
Yeah.
again, we've all seen where they're alleging she fell into the water, and I don't want to sound like a conspiracy person, but you could not stand up there. You could stand up there. So if she
Yeah,
fell into the water in front of that bench, because they kept saying if you can't stand up, you panic, but she could stand up there. All right, I'll move on.
The only thing that would ever make sense to me there in my head, the only thing I could even picture is that she tripped over a willow. She went flying into the water. Because the water is elevated, she put her hands down, smacked her face on a freaking rock. They're big boulders, by the way, and knocked herself out. So that was
Right.
my only thing I could think of.
Why even mention the standing? Because I understand that water can move faster than it appears sometimes. When I've looked at the water from that day in video, it does not look like it was moving fast. I think it was moving 1 meter a second is, in my layman's opinion, it's not what I would think. But I'll say that I could be wrong there, but I'm not going to say that water is deep enough that she could not stand up where she went in. Doesn't nothing about that. Until I stand in that water myself, I won't believe it.
Yeah. I don't know why it starts going double on me. I still haven't figured out why it's doing that. Because can you hear it too, Adam? It comes in double.
Oh yeah, it comes in double. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Louise, thank you very much for becoming a member. Diane, I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. Thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. But if I was to guess what Diane truly did, but she did a super sticker instead of saying, Sunny and Adam, I love you guys so much. You're amazing and awesome. See, it's double. That's how a drunk person would sing that in double.
It's gotta be a Streamlabs thing.
I gotta figure that out. I don't know why. I thought I had fixed it. Apparently not. Anyways, thank you both to Louise and Pam.
Jen, I agree. 1 meter a second is very fast.
Yeah,
and
1 meter.
Yeah.
No.
2 knots. 2 knots is that's fast.
The water was calm. Even Paul said it was calm or whatever. It was calm, okay? I remember when Curtis threw the stick in and the stick barely frickin' moved, meaning it was calm.
Right.
I just feel like, I'm so sorry, but I just keep getting the vibe that they believe she went in the water. They're selling us on that. And of course, the experts are giving all these reasons to that conclusion, right? That, yes, somebody can drown, lose consciousness in 10 seconds. That, yes, this happened. But they just don't have no proof, so they can't back up anything they're saying. They
Right.
can't. There's no slip marks, they said. There's nothing. There's nothing that they can back up to prove it themselves. But they're using, and this is really the truth here, but they're using their experts to say that this is the probability of what happened because it's fitting exactly what they figure happened to Nicola Bulley. Not that it did, but the problem,
their hypothesis.
Right? Okay, and that's the bottom line of it. And so it's not that they have facts. They have had nothing to show us at all. Nothing. They said it out of their own lips.
Oh, thank you, Louise.
What was that?
Louise gifted one membership. Thank you so much, Louise.
Oh, I don't see that in this one. Yeah, I forget about that. Yeah, it's always so nice paying it forward like that. That's very sweet.
Thank you so much.
So who got that? Let me just see who got that.
I don't.
Watch it be Darren. Darren, did you get that? Grandma Watches. Grandma Watches got that. A gifted member.
Grandma Watches. Why weren't you a member already? I'm upset.
I thought she was, but I guess not.
Right.
Maybe you were.
I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna continue on here because I know we
boy.
still have a lot to read through here.
Okay, fine.
So 1229, expert evidence now being heard. Professor Mike Tipton from the University of Portsmouth. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing that. I apologize. Portsmouth. Dr. Patty Morgan.
You're getting interrupted now.
£5, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Louise.
Thank you, Louise.
But Adam, hold the fort there, because I do want to remind people of that, because I do totally forget, because I don't think about these things. Okay, to become a member here, it's $1.99, okay, a month. And obviously you can be a member for a month or not and use the emoticons, do whatever you want. But I always forget that when you are a member, you literally don't have to put up with the freaking slow mode crap. You can just type.
Right.
You know?
That to me, that's my favorite thing. When I subscribe to a channel and when I become a member of a channel, the fact that when there's slow mode on, you don't have it doesn't matter to you. You can type as fast as you want.
Well, the thing is that, like, it was only because I remember reading it about a month or two ago in somebody else's chat, and I was like, oh, really? When I seen somebody make that comment, I was like, oh, really? So if you're a member, it voids the slow mode. Now, when I put slow mode on,
never listen to me. She doesn't listen to me. Months and months ago, I explained that to her, but she doesn't listen to me.
Nope, I didn't. But yeah, so no, but the thing I was just gonna say, because it's not like I turned slow mode on at all for that reason. In fact, I don't even think about it because I totally forget. But I just turned slow mode on because it gets a little bit hectic in here, and slow mode just happens so that we can see the comments without them going brrr. And so, because some people, they're keyboard warriors, they don't know how to complete a sentence, and they just go brrr, ding, brrr, ding, 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 and so it just stops that from happening. And so I just, it's kind of like there's always usually a 20-minute thing to become a member as well. Look at all this.
Thank you, Purple. Thank you, Jackie.
Now, Purple or Jackie, it's not going to break your piggy bank open over there, right? Now, in saying that, I'm not going to lie. For the people that live in the UK, it's $1.99 to become a member. That's US. The UK's money is better than your money, Adam, okay? Ours sucks, okay? Like, honestly, like the Canadian sucks, but this is underneath American. But just so you know, so your $1.99 is probably more like $1.69. $1.69, are you out of your mind? $1.69. Anyways, just so you know that, because it's one of those things when money's coming from the UK, like when my husband's mom sends money to Steve sometimes, it's just like $50 turns into 75, just like that.
Right.
But,
hey, Lacey.
Oh, wait. What about DMV there? That was flirting. Lacey's here now. DMV. Ixnay. No more flirting.
Jackie became.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
okay.
Jackie.
You missed me. That's what you missed. Lacey,
Lacey.
You missed. Don't worry about it, Lacey. You'll get over it. You guys are cheap. Anyways, okay. Adam,
Okay.
clearly wants to go back to talking.
I know, right? Well, I'm like, we're not even at lunch yet.
It's only 12:22 here, but okay, the people in UK a little later. Go ahead now.
No, we're not even at lunch. We're not even at lunch as far as the hearing or the inquest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or weren't we at like 12? What time are we at? 12:29.
We're still at 12:29. So this is. So I stopped halfway through. It says, I'm going to Professor Mike Tipton from the University of Portsmouth and Dr. Patty Morgan jointly produced a report looking at the mechanism by which a person dies from drowning. They are giving evidence together. Professor Tipton has published more than 750 papers on the psychological response to extreme environments such as cold water. Dr. Morgan is a consultant anesthesiast. Anesthesiast? Right. He is also medical director of HM Coast Guard. He says that he and Professor Tipton lead the world in terms of expertise, which I found that to be a pretty bold statement. But hey, I don't know better, so I'm going to take their word for it. Good for you, Mike Tipton and Patty Morgan.
Uh,
12:38. This says inquest into Miss Bulley.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Let me just catch up here.
Inquest told Miss Bulley would have drowned in 1 to 2 breaths. Professor Tipton says the lethal dose of water.
I'm not sure what that was.
Thank you.
Was that a gift?
That was.
No. What was that?
I don't see.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Somebody just gifted.
Oh, Angel. So it's going to go off again. Thank you, Angel.
Oh, Angel. Okay, let's just. Sorry, Adam. Thank you, guys. Like I said, it's always great paying it forward. I love it when people do memberships because it really is. It's giving somebody else a little bit of happiness.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's my favorite. It's my favorite like donation tool, actually.
I know, same. And does anybody want an ad while I'm back here in the YouTube studio? Anybody want an ad at all? I'll be nice. Close it up.
No.
So Triple D's is in here. Hey, Triple D's. I think she's been hiding, and then that
Right.
kind of called her out, didn't it? TTM Fangirls in the house. CJK's in the house. Look at all these people that aren't saying so much.
It's not popping up on StreamYard.
Yeah, Joan. You guys can have a little bit of music in your life. CJK, Joan, and Phil Bond all got memberships. Thank you very much, Angel, for paying it forward. Arizona became a Paw Patrol.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. We're just gonna sit back now and relax. And
are we caught up? Are we caught up on that now, so I can continue reading?
We're not. But I'll put it on mute for a minute. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but I would like to know who else gets the membership. So.
Oh, sorry, Adam. What'd you say, Adam?
So who got those 5 memberships? I'd like to know.
Oh, you didn't hear me when I said it?
Well, I heard you say a few of them.
Okay, no, okay, so I'll re-say them. Hold on, why is that on there? Let me just go back to it. So it was Phil, so DD, Triple D's, TTM, Fangirl, CJK, and Joan, and Phil Bond got all gifted a membership by Angel, and then we had Arizona Wild West became a YouTube member. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
This is great. Sometimes you just need a little bit of happiness, and I'm just very grateful that you guys are again supporting the channel, becoming a member. Use the funny emotes if you want, of course. And that Angel just blessed 5 people with some gifts, and so did who donated the first one? It was
Louise.
Louise, yes. Still going off. I think this is the last one. I think that's the last one. I think so. Okay. Anyways, that was so nice. Again, blessing people. Because not everyone, honestly, some people just don't have the money to afford, the $1.99 and stuff like that. Or they just don't even have the ability to use a card sometimes on here and stuff like that. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Mustang.
What?
I said I'm sorry, Mustang. I'll pay attention. I was focused on reading.
Okay. We'll let Adam get back to reading. He's going to try to finish this.
I'm going to be honest, everyone. I have to pee, and so I'm going to read until we get to lunch and make Sunny take over.
Mustang just did 2 on purpose, so go pee. Hurry up, go pee.
No. I'll be right back.
Go pee. Another one's going to go off. Go pee. All right. Does anybody want to watch or listen? Adam, leave on your mic. Leave on your mic, buddy. All right.
Mustang 1965 Super Chat. $2. Thank you. Steve Smith Super Chat. £5. Thank you.
Okay, well, Steve Smith, I think there's something suspicious about your name. First of all, the name Steve. It's my husband's name and my ex-husband's name, just saying. And then the word Smith. My true last name that I was born with was Brown, just so you know. So I get you, Steve Smith. I get you. All right. Yeah. Bad Leroy Brown. Baddest man in the whole damn town. So my dad used to always sing to us. He was a loser, though. He was always, he actually abducted, he took my brother, our brother, and he took him to England for many years from us. And then when my brother he come back with an accent. And I remember what my brother said. I'll never forget it. And I can't say it because I would have to have the accent. But he said something like, "Jolly old chap, I see you don't care," or something like that. He was getting in poop, and he said to my mom or something like that, like, he said it to my dad. "Jolly old chap, I see you don't care." But he said it with that accent. And it made me laugh so hard. You know, when somebody leaves with a Canadian accent, when they come back with an English accent, and you're like, brother, like years later. It was weird. Anyways, Mustang and Steve Smith, wink, wink. Thank you so much. Adam, you back? No? Okay.
Yeah, back.
Did you wash your hands, first of all?
Nope.
Nope. No. Sorry, Darren. If she fell in the water at the... Go ahead.
But if I have to touch another person, I will.
I'll reach out and touch someone. Where would you like it? Side of the chin? Uppercut? Lowercut? What do you want? No slow mode for members. All right. It is nice when there's no slow mode, but sorry. But you know what? Maybe I should pump that as a thing, because I never really thought about it until someone just said, yay, I can omit the slow mode. That was kind of cool. So just quickly, Darren says, if she fell in the water at the bench, she would have been able to stand up, right? It's only 2 to 3 feet. I've been there. You can see the bottom. Hey, again, are you that anonymous member post? Asking for a friend, Darren. Seriously, asking for a friend. That's it. Yeah. Darren? Okay. Are we going to let Adam finish reading that paragraph? Okay. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's
I agree, Darren. Okay. Bigger screen. Okay. Let's see if Adam can do this. All right, Adam.
Okay. Inquest told Miss Bulley would have drowned in 1 to 2 breaths. Professor Tipton says the lethal dose of water into the lungs with fresh water is 2 liters. In that first breath, for a person similar weight to Nikki, you would have taken 1 to 2 liters. So it would have only taken 1 or 2 breaths to cross the lethal dose. Professor Tipton has shown what Nikki was wearing on the day she went missing. He says there was no real protection in the clothing that Nikki was wearing on that day. Water would very easily get under that clothing. He goes on to explain that when a person enters the cold water, their heart output and blood pressure increases, and they have no control over their breathing. Okay, that all makes sense, right?
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything there you want to talk about, or?
No, it all makes sense to me.
Makes sense to everybody else? Okay. Hey, Adam, you got through that. It only took about 20 minutes, but you did.
I know, right? Hey, but I've got an empty bladder now, so if it took me 20 more minutes, good.
Okay.
So 1243, it reads, those first seconds in the water, people really aren't considering anything else. That makes sense. Professor Tipton was asked how a person could respond psychologically to entering cold water. He says, you are absolutely preoccupied with the challenge you are being presented with. Those first seconds in the water, people really aren't considering anything else. We have heard people talk about... I'm sorry, Sonny?
Oh, no. Darren said she loved that dog more than Paul, and I said probably. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
Fine. DMV has to go make some videos.
Thank you.
Yeah, like Ixnay on the DMV. She's going to come back as like XXX videos next time, she said. Something like that. Anyways, you have a safe car ride there, DMV videos. And we'll see you. And thank you so much for joining us.
Right. Have a great afternoon or evening, DMV.
Yeah. Anytime you want to come stalk us, I get it. It's okay. You can. You're allowed. You have like a pass now. All right, go on.
So I'm going to start reading the statement that Professor Tipton says. Because, and I want to preface it real quickly. When I read this the first time earlier, I thought anyone that's ever been like thrown into water and like, you know, or goes under the water and feels like they don't have control, I felt like this was a really good explanation, honestly, to what it feels like to be underwater. So I'm going to read again. It says, "You are absolutely preoccupied with the challenge you are being presented with. Those first seconds in the water, people really aren't considering anything else. We have heard people talk about roots to grab onto and points of safety, but you would not be thinking about that. You are preoccupied with attempting to hold your breath and get back to the surface. There is no normal, logical cognition going on. You are absolutely distracted, and entering such water is a painfully cold experience."
So what did you say about that? What did you say about that? You agree with that?
I do. I agree with that. I feel like anyone that's ever gone into water unexpectedly, I feel like that's a very good explanation as to how your body reacts to it, whether it be cold or you know, still water. You know, that's warm. You know, if you don't expect to go into water, your first instinct is survival, and you know,
Yeah,
and
it would be
before
sad
you can
to
even
get back to the ground.
well, before you can even, but I think what they're saying is before you can even process to grab onto roots and everything, your first instinct is to breathe and to get to the surface. And so then I think instantaneously after that, you start to grab onto things you can. But the first thing you do is you try to breathe and you try to resurface.
You know, well, so I mean, again, you know, they got
Unless
nothing
you're,
to prove. You got right.
sorry.
You got nothing to because we all know that when you go into cold water, you know, it's only different when you hit the shower and you're like, oh, crap, and you just kind of shrivel up everywhere because you're like, oh, and your body kind of goes into panic mode. But I mean, I've been in the freaking river, and that's freaking ass cold water for sure, you know, and you just like literally, you're like, oh. Now I get that. My first instinct, if I hit the water, now I'm not saying that because we all know accidents can happen, and there's no rhyme nor reason why that person ended up dying. When you know what I mean, it's just sometimes luck of the draw and stuff like that. Sometimes, you know, but for me personally, again, it depends how she landed. If she did go in there, let's just say if she did, okay. But my instinct would be to turn back around and start reaching for. Now, doesn't mean my body didn't run out of steam, but I would be like grassroots, because, like I said, I mean, like we have to think of still what they're saying, right? They have not said, well, yes, she did trip over the dog and she like catapulted. Like it's almost like they're acting like they freaking took a slingshot and ding, shot her out into the middle of the water, basically. Like, and yet they're saying like that. Okay, yes, it's steeper on the slopes going down, and yes, there's a definite drop there.
Right, and we've seen the bricks. We've seen. I remember when the first time I saw those bricks, I was like, oh wow, I didn't know those bricks were there, because I remember the first time I saw those, that stood out to me. I didn't realize those were there, and I was like, oh, that looks man-made. Well, I mean, I knew it was man-made. I'm not saying it looked man-made, but you know, I was like, huh, it would be hard to get out right there, but it's still only 2 feet.
I know. Right. Okay. Now I want to tackle this one. Steve Smith. It says, Sunny, the river wire is tidal, there first lane, salt, not freshwater. Okay. Now, Peter Falding himself specifically said before the weir is not tidal. He said at the weir it's tidal, but before the weir it's not tidal.
Right.
So
and after the weir it is tidal.
Yeah. Because I mean tidal.
Right. And anyone that knows the way water, I mean, of course, the water that, you know, the water where they allege she went in is going to be fresh water. The water after the weir is going to be a mix of salt and fresh. And then once you get closer to the sea, it's going to be salt.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going off of, because somebody sent me an email, by the way. Somebody sent me an email, and what did it say? Sorry, my brain's going a little bit off. What did it say? Oh, no, got it. I gotta go back to it. My brain just left me.
While you're doing that, purple Purple says, Peter says dead sheep don't go over the weir. There you go.
I think they have, haven't they? Did
What?
those dead sheep? Did the dead sheep go over the weir? You know the ones that the old guy was talking about in Curtis Media's film.
Right.
Did some of those sheep go over the weir?
Right.
Can't remember now.
I don't remember. So yeah, and Jackie Young says the inquest stated she was a holiday swimmer. And
Yeah, holiday
I agree.
swimmer.
I would consider myself a holiday swimmer. You know, like I live on a, you know, I've lived on a lake before. I've grown up on water, but I'm still a holiday swimmer.
I am a more seasoned swimmer than that.
Are you?
I took swimming lessons.
Well, of course, I took swimming lessons, but when I was like 5 or 4, I don't know.
I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I went to like level 6 or something, whatever.
When was the last time you swam?
No, I didn't swim last time because I sank. That's what happened.
No, I said stop it. When did you swim last?
Honestly, now it's been a few years, I think.
Right. So yeah, so I would call that a holiday swimmer. Someone that swims
now.
on an occasion.
Now, but then again, I mean, Nicola is 44. You know, so it's not like she's a spring chicken. It's not like we're spring chickens anymore. Even though she was in physically great shape, it looked like, obviously, because she had a Fitbit and she was doing a lot of walks and stuff like that. Not buying it still. She didn't go in there.
Yeah.
She didn't go in there. She didn't go in there. No,
I've yet to see a bit of evidence that points towards, and there is something that we're going to read later that they said in the inquest that I want to pick up on about where she went in, because it ties into some other things that I was thinking about. But where were we?
Teresa, sorry, one sec. Teresa, just so that she answers this while you're reading. Teresa, the old man in Curtis Media's things that the sheep could not go over the weir as well. And then the other thing I wanted to say was an email from, I'll just say the word C, said, are we to take it that Peter Falding does not know what he's talking about? He said she could not go over the weir, but the inquest is saying that police officer went over the weir. Yeah, but police officer, from what Maria was showing, didn't police officer help himself over the weir? If I'm not mistaken, in that foot, well, didn't he help himself over the weir? You know, because he wasn't exactly, I think, a strapping young thin fellow either. But I'm pretty sure. Anyways, go ahead now. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, so I believe we have here is Miss Bulley would have lost consciousness in a matter of seconds, inquest held. Professor Tipton said at the temperature the river weir was on the day Nikki went missing, a person would lose consciousness within around 25 seconds. It's very rapid incapacitation, he says. Or he adds. He explains that it is not solely the exchange of water and oxygen which leads to a person drowning.
Oh, is that a sneeze?
I sneezed. As well as taking up space in the lungs, normally filled with the oxygen, the water damages the lungs. The alveolio.
I know. I said alveoli. What did I say earlier? I think I said it.
I feel like I'm trying to read Latin or Italian here.
Alveoli.
Alveolio.
Hey, come on! Someone that has a degree higher than us in like the body stuff. Pronounce it for us. Spell it out for us. Alveoli. Alveoli. Alveoli.
I like that you just took the R out of ravioli and said alveoli.
You feel me on that one? Yeah. I mean, I've never personally seen that word myself. You guys are great. Thanks. Thanks for spelling that out.
Moving on. At 12:57, it says Miss Bulley would have been able to hold her breath for 1 or 2 seconds. So okay, so we had 25 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Let's go back to this.
I want to read.
Yeah.
I want to read the quote about that. Professor
Okay.
Tipton said at the temperature the River Weir was on the day Nikki went missing, a person would lose consciousness around 25 seconds. Right. So then
Right.
we have Dr. Morgan says that if someone has taken an initial gasp from the cold water shock and then goes underwater, the length of time they would be able to hold their breath is 10 seconds at best, and most likely 1 to 2 seconds. He says that when the lung damage and or the amount of water inhaled gets to a certain point, the heart will stop pumping and the brain switches off. Well, thanks, doctor. I'm pretty sure you just described drowning. Professor Tipton says that if Nikki had fallen in where it is suggested, then there is a very good chance that the initial gasp would have happened under the water. Okay. Which meant unconsciousness would have been far quicker. So when I first heard this, I was like, okay, you went from 25 seconds to basically 1 or 2 seconds immediately. But my first thought was, okay, when you said initial gasp, I was like, well, if you don't know you're going in the water, how do you take an initial gasp? So when I read what he said about the initial gasp taking place underwater, that made more sense to me. So
Right. Underwater. Right.
Even though I feel like it's still a pretty
But then
big
he said,
jump,
well,
25
more like
seconds to 2 seconds. I mean, their explanation makes sense to me. I just don't quite get the timing of it.
well, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but 25 seconds is if you would lose unconsciousness within 25 seconds.
Yes, you will lose unconsciousness.
And basically, they're talking about the breath, that you could hold your breath typically for maybe 10 seconds, but he believes it was more 1 or 2 once that cold water hit you versus the 25 of being unconscious. That's how I took that.
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you, subscriber. Hi, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
I think Darren's trying to get our attention. Can y'all see it's been well planned? Darren's on the belief. Actually, Darren early, I think he gave me a compliment. Can I say this, Darren, if you don't mind? Earlier, Adam, he gave me a compliment and he said, basically, Sonny, if you don't believe that this is like that it's Paul, then I've lost all respect for you.
Oh.
But, yeah. So I went up one side of him, back down the other.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
Did he have any?
Did he have any respect? Yeah. No. RESPCT. Yeah, I was like, you know where the door is. And he's been good ever since, pretty much. He gave a little bit of attitude for a while, but he's been pretty good now. He's been good. He's good. And then all of a sudden he fell in love with me because I guess I took his shit, I suppose.
Oh, we've got a British Ray Jones.
Which one are you talking about?
Darren.
I just want to make sure. I thought you were talking about Cat for a second there. Just a little bit.
Darren was brought up properly. Good for you.
He was brought up properly. Okay.
I'm just taking.
Okay, this isn't comedy hour no more, Darren. Comedy hour stopped a few minutes ago. Yeah, we lost respect. Yeah, wow, lost respect. He's all good. Yeah. Because Darren learned his lesson and he realizes that everyone's entitled to opinions, even if he thinks ours are all, or that mine is wrong or yours is wrong. But we all have, I'm pretty sure.
Mine aren't wrong.
If we were all robots.
Mine are very, very rarely wrong.
So yeah. But I think he's learned his lesson. He went and stood in front of the mirror, gave himself a self-loving hug and stuff like that, and said, you know what, Sonny, pretty sure that you were right. That I just need to give myself a good hug. Now I'm a better person for meeting you. I think that's the words that I felt coming out of his mouth. Anyways, go on.
Okay, so
What is
Okay,
it?
so I
Okay.
believe the next one is 12:59. It says Miss Bulley would have died in less than 10 seconds, says expert. Professor Tipton says, in my opinion, given the nature of the likely entry into the water, at speed down a steep slope, I think Nikki had a gasp response under the water, which initiated the drowning response very quickly. She would have died in less than 10 seconds. Wow.
Right. So, in my opinion, given the nature of the likely of into the entry of water, speed down again. They just need to back it up with something, right? Give us a dangle. Give us a freaking carrot. Give us something to say that, and they can't. They can't.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with an expert, but especially the leaders in that.
I will.
I've always heard that drowning is an excruciating way to die, sadly, and I mean, here we are, 25 seconds, 1 to 2 gasps, 10 seconds. And I understand cold water adds a different element to it, but I wish they had given a little bit more evidence as far as at least what's being reported here. Maybe they did in court.
I think you guys that possibly once the inquest is over and the coroner has ruled and we're going to say, bullcrap, it wasn't drowning, that's probably going to be the ruling, to be honest with you. And I agree. They have basically, these are the people that they use, the experts in a sense. They've, you know what I mean? They've had to give them whatever, push their narrative more.
Who chose the experts that were going to testify today? Was it the police or was it the coroner? Like, I'm curious about that.
Yeah, actually, I don't know.
Right? Because we know Peter Falding was involved, but was not selected as someone that would give testimony. So we've all followed this case since January, and we've all seen I think it's fair to say hundreds of people that have been involved in this case. So who decides which of those hundreds of people give testimony?
Yeah. And Angel says, I think Peter Falding will have things to say. That's what I was saying earlier, Adam. If Peter Falding, he's that little feisty person like me. Hey, you know what? I'm good at what I do. So don't sit there and try to take away from me what I'm good at. And that's what they tried to do to Peter Falding, right? That's why he was so pissed. And he's like, I ain't taking that sitting down. And he was very outspoken. Now, so if Peter Falding, like I said, that post might have been his last, but I don't know. Peter Falding is one of those guys. If he knows that something's not right, he's going to say it. So I'll be curious if he does say something or if he just is like, washes his hands of it. I'm curious. We'll just have to wait and see. Tomorrow's another story, you guys. Tomorrow will go the same thing, go live and stuff like that, and sit there and see what Paul has to say, Louise has to say, the family has to say, the different people, whatever. Anyways, be very interesting again tomorrow to see what other information comes out to us. All right.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go back to Graham. Okay, so we have the inquest adjourns for lunch. That was at 1300 hours. 14:13, it says the inquest resumes. We are now hearing from former police dive supervisor Sergeant Lorna Dennison-Wilkins. Sergeant Dennison-Wilkins received a doctorate after completing a thesis relating to human body movements in inland waterways. She is an expert on what happens to a body after a person dies by drowning. She says that although the clothing Nikki was wearing would have given some initial buoyancy, The air bubbles would have been removed by movement, and Nikki's body would have sunk. Okay, I don't want to admit this now, but Sonny, that's what Ray Jones tried to tell me, and I was like, no. That jacket would have floated. Okay, so
Right.
this
Now,
expert, I was wrong.
what part? Wait, hold on a second. So read that part again. Was off. Okay.
She says that although the clothing Nikki was wearing would have given some initial buoyancy, the air bubbles would have been removed by movement, and Nikki's body would have sunk.
Yeah, sunk.
Right.
Sunk.
Not floated down, and then once the body sinks, does it come right back up? No. Doesn't it take?
Few days.
For the gases to build up. And if she
It depends on
sunk,
the temperature of
if
the
she
water.
sunk in 2 to 3 feet water directly in front of that bench, they would have found her.
So it's almost basically like they're saying that, when Nicola say went missing at the bench, okay, that she took a speedboat basically down, managed to get over that wire, the weir, and whatever, because they totally missed her, right? I mean, Peter Falding checked out that area himself, but it was almost like, dang, well, we didn't think to check past the weir after the first day, but hey, I mean, she obviously went all the way down, but nope, couldn't have happened because it didn't. I can't see it happening. See it happening.
And William, I understand the speed of the water is faster under the surface. I do understand that.
Yeah, we heard them say that.
But I mean, you also have to have enough depth that someone's not resting at the bottom in order for them to move. And anyone, PB, that is going to be Paul.
PB?
Right?
No.
PB. Sorry, who is PB?
Yeah, who's PB? Sorry, who said PB?
I don't know now.
PB.
Purple said PB did. Do you mean Peter? Do you mean PF?
Paul Bulley? No.
Wait,
not Paul
there
Bulley.
she is.
Paul Ansel.
I know. I'm like. Do you mean? All right, I'm gonna move on. Inquest resumes. The sergeant agrees that people can drown in relatively shallow water if the temperature is cold. She says that 44% of fatalities in water occur when someone had no intention of entering the water, i.e., they fell in accidentally.
That's nice.
Okay. Oh, wait.
You know,
14. Sorry.
So let me just say this. A friend of mine is part of a search team that does this for a living. When I showed him what Nicola was wearing, he said that was like floater material or something, buoyancy, meaning that she didn't necessarily go to the bottom, she didn't necessarily stay up top.
Right. And that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of what we've talked about for months now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move on here. It would be almost impossible to swim against the current. This is Dr. Adelaide, the coroner, has described Nikki as a holiday swimmer. He asked what it would be like to try and swim against a water speed of 1 meter per second. It would be almost impossible to swim against the current. Sergeant Dennison Wilkins replied, "You would have to go with the current and then find a place of safety." Okay. 1421 says that Miss Bulley was her normal self on the school run. The next witness is Kay Kernan, a member of the public.
Witnesses now. Sweet. Okay.
All right. The next witness is Kay Kernan, a member of the public who was in the area of the River Weir when Nikki went missing. She's one of the last people to see her alive. Miss Kernan is a receptionist at a veterinary surgery. She dropped her children off at St. Michael's on Weir Primary School when she saw Nikki. She says Nikki seemed to be her normal self and that she did not appear anxious or low in mood. She had the dog Willow with her, and Willow was sat in the back of the car, she said. Miss Kernan said that they said morning to each other and then started talking about dogs. I presume she was going for a walk because that's what she normally does in the morning after the school run, she added. She said Nikki told her about going to buy dog food the week before and said, "Ooh, I can't believe she's classed as a senior," after telling Miss Kiernan that Willow was age 7. Oh.
Whoops.
Um,
Yeah, so we got Karen, the receptionist at the veterinarian. She dropped off her children at school, right? Saw Nikki. Didn't appear anxious. Back of the car, right? That's okay.
Right.
So that's one of the witnesses, supposedly. There is the wet. Okay, then we got
Right.
Mr. Richard
Then we
Fife.
So then we have Richard Fife, who says Richard Fife was walking his dogs on the fields close to where Nikki was last seen.
Love you,
The
honey.
inquest heard. Sorry, Sonny?
Oh, sorry, my husband just walked in and
Oh.
said he loved me. It's okay.
He says he knew her to say hello to, as they often saw each other while out walking between 9:10 and 9:20. He says he saw Nikki from a distance. Dog walkers. Oh, here's the man in black. Dog walkers saw man in black walk toward where he saw Miss Bulley. Mr. Fife says he saw a male he referred to as man in black as he walked towards where he saw Nikki and presumed he was waiting for a lift. Mr. Fife says he then saw him again on his way back. He was dressed all in black and possibly a beanie hat, and Mr. Fife thought it was strange that he was still there. He was about 6 foot 1 inches tall, the inquest hears. Mr. Fife says he then got into his car and drove off. When he drove past where the man had been, he was gone, the inquest is told. After hearing Nikki had gone missing, Mr. Fife says he reported his sightings of the man in black to police.
Okay, so let's just go back. So Mr. Fife says he saw a male he referred to as a man in black as he walked towards where he saw Nikki and assumed he was waiting for a lift. So what spot are we talking about there? Mr. Fife said he saw a male he referred to as man in black as he walked towards where he saw Nikki and assumed he was waiting for a lift.
Well, if he was waiting for a lift, presumably wouldn't that have to be by the street?
That's what I'm thinking, right? It would have to be by the
So
street.
it would have, to me, that says it was before she entered the dog park. It would have been on. It would have been on the road. What's the restaurant or bar's name? Right past where you walked in.
Grapes. The grapes.
So, in my opinion, whatever interaction of the guy in black that apparently was seen by this person would have to have then been on that CCTV footage. Because she went into that dog park before she hit the grapes.
Right. Correct.
And so if he presumed the person that the man in black was waiting for a lift, I mean, unless this is more of a general statement, like waiting for a lift as far as just kind of like kicking around a can, waiting around, like just waiting for a lift as far as to be picked up, but not necessarily on the street waiting for a lift.
Do you guys take that at the towpath near the caravan park lane? Like
right.
You guys
When I first read it, I took it to mean waiting for a lift, meaning on the street. But I see how that can be taken as maybe waiting around anywhere in the dog park. You know, if he's just kind of like standing around doing nothing, someone might think to themselves, "Oh, maybe he's just waiting around for a lift or a ride," as we would say in the U.S.
Correct. There is a path behind the church because Claire was going down that path with me, and then it was just really shoddy like signal. So that's why at that point we stopped it, and then she just kind of next came back on the private live when she got when she was on like the bench side. She ended up not going fully around. She ended up just kind of going back over and down the towpath. But anyways, so sorry, Adam. As for your lift, I'm just thinking that was at the end of the towpath, right? Is that what we were talking about? Was it?
Well, that's what I thought, but I mean, I can see where someone could interpret that as being anywhere in the dog park. If they saw someone just kind of waiting around, standing around doing nothing, they might interpret that they were waiting around for a ride. But I still took that as them being on the street.
Well, right. And I get what you're saying, William. So we have to assume that the police have identified and spoke to the man in black. Otherwise, why the heck haven't they asked for the person to come forward? Well, again, I mean, the fishermen didn't come forward, even though they asked them to. So we actually don't know if the black person came forward. He would have had to have come forward, but maybe they deemed him as a non-issue. You know, maybe they, you know, I don't know. Park sound, poor signal on phone. Okay. That's kind of a thinker one, but I take it as at the end of the towpath, he's waiting for a lift. The guy sees him on his way back, and that's where he saw Nicola Bulley, but he just thought it was strange that the guy was there still, thinking he was waiting for a lift. He's waiting for one. Mr. Fife says Mr. Fife says he then got into his car, drove off. So wait, who got into whose car? Like, did the black guy get into his car and drove off, or did Mr. Fife?
No. I think he was saying Mr. Fife got into Mr. Fife's vehicle, and that when he went by the spot again, the guy was gone.
Oh, I see. When he drove past where the man had been, he was gone. Okay.
Yeah.
And he had gone missing. Right. Okay.
So I think we have the next witness. I'm sorry, Sonny.
No. Go ahead.
The next witness we have then is going to be Claire Cheshire. Miss Cheshire says she saw Nikki at around 8:40 a.m. as both moms dropped off their children at school. As Nikki would always do, she bent down and stroked my dog, smiling at the same time as she walked along the direction of Garsting Road, which was normal behavior. Miss Cheshire says she would often see Nikki out as the two regularly took their dogs on similar walk routes. She later saw Nikki and Willow again, approaching the gap between the two fields. She could see Nikki in the corner of the lower field, the inquest is told. Okay.
Adam,
Willow? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just to go back to that, I think if I'm not mistaken, what those guys are saying is that, you know what, the caravan park in that area, you know where all the emergency vehicles had gone? Is that where you guys are talking about, that you can park there in that spot that's near the caravan that kind of goes up the side there? It's kind of like if you think about where Penny's place is and where all the red vehicles
at the end,
parked.
is it the end of Garstung Road there?
No.
No. Where you would turn in, like if you what's the private road?
I think here. I'm just going to stop this for a second just so we can go to the Googles.
Right. Well, so if you have that private road, what's the road that's parallel to that private road?
Say it one more time.
I know there's the private road that runs along the edge there, but what's the road in between that that's not private, that runs parallel to the private road?
You're talking about Allotment Lane?
Yeah. Would it be on Allotment Lane?
Okay, so what I had in my head when I was thinking about it, I was thinking that up here, I was thinking right here is that's where a car, because like the emergency vehicles were all here in this area, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm just
So
thinking about where Richard would have come from, and like like if he saw the guy and he thought he was just like waiting for a lift,
allotment
couldn't it
lane.
also have been couldn't it also been along allotment lane?
Okay, yeah. Allotment lane, Susie's saying. And allotment lane is right here.
So like that was my thought.
Oh, okay, because you can park right here.
Right.
Yeah.
And then and then she would have already been into the dog park.
You can park right there. So if Penny's house is here, I don't exactly see no fence there. Is there? Hold on. This is the fields. Is that all bush? Is there an entrance? Is there an entrance here to get in there? I think this is where there's a fence. Yeah, this is a road right here. You can see it. You can see that that's
it's just covered.
road
It's
there.
completely covered there.
So that's where there's that fence that's right there.
Correct.
Hey, is that cameras there or is that a tree? Probably a tree.
It's a tree. I think it's a tree.
Yeah. So this is allotment lane over here. Okay. So I just have to. Sometimes you just got to get things a little bit clearer in the head.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here. So let's stop screen. Whoops. Nope. Don't want that. Present screen. Share screen. This one. Now, just so you know, Adam, like I said, some of the other ones that this is where we'll spend time looking at this later. But like in the Echo one, I believe it is, they talk about like the dog tag and that it was Moyers, like Moyers or something like that. Moyers,
Right.
veterinarian.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to where you are. What time are you
Wait,
at?
so 14:39.
Claire. Yeah.
Willow is running up and down the banking, just having a lovely run and play. Miss Cheshire was asked what Nikki and Willow were doing. She says it looked absolutely idyllic. From having a younger dog pulling on a long lead, I looked up and my thought was, that's where I want to be with my dog. She was walking along and Willow was running up and down the banking, just having a lovely run and play round the field. Miss Cheshire said that the other than Penny, who owns the caravan park next to the river, she didn't see anyone else other than one dog walker much further down. I did not see anyone enter, she says. Miss Cheshire says she left the field at around 9:15 and was captured on nearby CCTV footage at 9:18 a.m.
So let's absorb that one there. That one's important. Okay. So Miss
Bulley had been arranging a play date for her daughter. We're now hearing from, is it Lucy or Luce? Lucy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lucy Mazzella, a waitress who had been texting Nikki to arrange a play date between their daughters. Nikki had texted Lucy the night before she went missing. Lucia only saw the text on that Friday morning, the inquest is told. Lucy replied at 8:13 a.m. She says, I said my daughters would love to come and play. At 8:59 a.m., Nikki replied, confirming a time and used a smiley face emoji. Lucy and Nikki were also due to meet up the following day, together with other moms, the inquest is told. We were going to be meeting up a group of moms on the Saturday night for a few drinks, says the witness.
Okay, we definitely need to stop here, okay? Because this is about 9:15 that Miss Cheshire said that the other than Penny, who owns the caravan park next to the river, she didn't see anyone else other than one dog walker much further down. I did not see anyone enter, she says. Okay? And then Miss Cheshire says she left the field at 9:15, and was captured on nearby CCTV. So how do you take that with Penny? because she's literally saying, other than Penny, who owns the caravan park next to the river, she didn't see anyone else other than the other dog walker much further down. How do you guys absorb that one? Like, what do you picture in your mind?
Right. Well, I mean, in my mind, she probably saw Penny, and then she saw Richard Fife.
Right. Now, oh, I can't remember, Dean. I thought you did. Maybe you didn't. Watch the rest on replay, so I had to go out for a short notice. Oh, okay. I thought you did say goodbye. Well, now you just got an entry fee of $99. Come on, Dean. Yeah.
Right.
Don't put up.
Well, and the other, Susie, I thought about the Man in Black, but there was no mention of the Man in Black having a dog with him, and so the fact that that the Cheshire mentioned a dog walker makes me think it would have been Richard Fife. Because I mean, if you saw someone waiting for a lift with a dog, that would probably stand out even more. Just watching a dog get into a vehicle, you know. But so I took that as Richard Fife. But
well, so I took it as when I first read this part, before the other part came in after, I was like, okay, so Penny was in the field, and that Richard Fife was the guy at not like. So this lady here is the one that's a 940 or 847, right? 847. Okay, lady in the lower field. And then Richard Fife would be the one in the upper field. And that's how I took it. And then Penny must have been around there, is what I figured. But then when you read this up here, maybe it's the next one up. Can't remember. Mrs. Fletcher took her dog for a walk at 9:30 a.m.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll get to the next one. It talks about Penny.
So, right. So that's why, right. When I read that one, I'm like, okay, so Penny was there. But then it says that. So go on to the next one about Penny there.
So at 1456, it says, witness recalls finding mobile phone and dog harness. The next witness is Penny Fletcher, the owner of the campsite in St. Michael's on Weir, close to where Nikki was last seen. Miss Fletcher took her dog for a walk at 9:30 a.m. and found Willow and Nikki nowhere to be seen. Giving evidence via video link, she says, as I came around the bend, I came to a stile. I tied up my dog and climbed over the stile. I saw the Springer Spaniel. It was near the bench, and then it was going towards the river where it drops down really steep. It wasn't doing anything chaotically. It was a bit giddy. I saw a mobile phone on the bench, and between the bench and the river, I saw a bundle of grass. I walked down, and it was one of those dog harnesses. When she got back to St. Michael's on Weir, after attending a medical appointment in Garsting, Miss Fletcher said she called her daughter-in-law and asked about the dog. She said, oh no, it's Nikki's dog, and Nikki had gone missing.
Make sense of this for me now. Because we got her saying that she left it, whatever, but that Penny was the only person and that other person in the distance. And so what we heard was, how we heard it was that Nicola Bulley was talking to someone at 9:47 in the lower field, and their dogs interacted, and that that basically the person at 9:10 or whatever was the last person to see her. You know, like that Nicola Bulley had her hand, you know, like knew Nicola had her phone out in front of her talking like she always typically did or whatever. And then we have Penny Fletcher coming in at 9:30. So this is where I'm confused at this moment because I haven't had time to absorb it all properly. And so this is where I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this, Adam, because Miss Fletcher took her dog for a walk at 9:30 a.m. But we have, so where did Miss Cheshire see Penny? Said that other than Penny, who owns the caravan park next to the river, she didn't see anyone else other than one dog walker much further down. So on her way to the park, did she see Penny first of all?
So it doesn't specify. So, I mean, we're left to speculate on that as far as where she saw Penny. And as far as where far down was the other dog walker would kind of determine who the other dog walker is. So, I mean,
Well,
back in Richard Fife's testimony, did he say where he saw Nicola?
yes, she does, Jeff.
Because that would give us a point of reference as far as where he was.
He said- I think it's the other way around there, Darren, but we can play
Right.
pretend today. So I'm thinking, hey, if I was to think what would be logical would mean that she saw Penny on the way. That was one person. And then she saw another dog walker ahead of her further down, which was probably Richard Fife. And then she entered. Well, hold on. What time did Nicola get to the gate at? Hold on. No. So she obviously saw Penny or something like that. She went in, took her dog. Nicola came about, saw Nicola. The other guy was further down into the field or whatever, Richard Fife and the 910 dude. And then that she never saw anybody come in. And then she leaves. Mrs. 847 person leaves, goes through the gate, whatever. And then Penny goes and takes her dog for a walk. What time was Penny's appointment at, people? Why would you be taking your dog for a walk if you have an appointment right away? What time was her appointment then? Like that's what I don't understand a little bit. If Penny took her dog for a walk at 9:30, what time was her appointment that she had to go to a medical appointment?
I'm sure it was at 10.
Yeah, but right. So
It was because she said it was in Garsting. Garsting's not far at all.
Yeah, it was in Garstang, correct? Okay. Well, let's carry on a little bit more.
I know, right? And it's 9:20 in the UK, so we'll try to get through all this before it gets too late for everyone over there.
Well, they'll go to sleep if they want and stay if they want.
I know we have another show tonight, Sonny.
No, what is today?
Monday.
Yeah, we are not doing it. I am not doing another show tonight. Sorry, I am not doing another show tonight.
This is it.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna be studying all this stuff tonight. Is what I'm gonna do. I'm sorry.
Sonny, those Delphi documents probably came out.
Oh crap! Did they?
No, I don't know.
No, they didn't. I never got I didn't get an alert, so no, they didn't.
Okay, I'm going to go on. Next witness. Susan Jones is the wife of Roger Jones, a dog walker who Penny Fletcher had tried to call to ask for help after finding Willow. Roger was out walking the couple's dog, Jet. Oh, Jet. Who Susan said has since passed away. That breaks my heart. She says she called her husband at 10:12 a.m. She says Roger said there's a phone on the bench.
The dog died,
Yes.
not her.
Yeah. Well, no, I know. I'm more sad about the dog.
I thought you said Susan passed away.
No, the Jet, who has since passed away.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Okay.
I don't even know Susan. I've been concerned with Jet this whole time.
I know. Right? Wait, let's go. Okay, go on.
She says Roger says there's a phone on the bench, but I don't know how to work it. The inquest is told. She then quickly walked to the riverbank where Roger was. Susan picked up Nikki's mobile phone, and it showed the image used as the lock screen was one of Nikki, Paul, and their children. Roger recognized Paul, but didn't know where he lived, the inquest is told. Susan then came across Anne-Marie Fletcher, Penny's daughter-in-law, who recognized Nikki from the picture and called the school. She has children who go to the same school as Nikki's two daughters. Okay.
Okay. Anything you're thinking about there besides?
Well, I was looking at that she called her husband at 10:12 a.m.
Right.
And she says Roger said there was a phone on the bench. She says she called her husband. Okay. Right. So at 10:12. So Penny's appointment's at let's say 10 o'clock.
I was trying to call my wife. My wife was trying to call me. Okay, go on. Yeah. That's how I'm trying to remember. That's how he said it.
Yeah, so 10:12 a.m. She calls, so then, you know, presumably let's give her another like 5-10 minutes to get to the dog park. And by that point, so say 10:20 a.m., Anne Marie's already at the dog park. I'm just trying to put the timeline in context.
I know, because you're trying to think of Penny's appointment, and Penny and Raj said that
Well,
Penny called my wife. My wife was trying to call me. I was trying to call my wife.
right.
And then Penny said, "Did you tap the dog?" Or you should tap the dog because it was running.
Yeah, I'm just putting that also in line with the fact that Penny said she called her daughter-in-law after her appointment.
Well, where you from? Where does it say that again?
Early in Penny's testimony, she said she called her daughter-in-law after her appointment in Garsting.
Well, the thing was, Adam, was that a little bit sooner that you read that back over here about Penny?
Where was the thought about Penny?
Which one was Penny? What time?
Yeah, here. Penny says, okay, Miss Fletcher took her dog for a walk at 9:30.
Wait, what time are you at? Just so I can look at it.
Well, I was just going back to the statement where Penny talked about her daughter-in-law.
Okay.
And it says, when she got back to St. Michael's on Weir after attending her medical appointment in Garsting, Miss Fletcher said she called her daughter-in-law and asked about the dog.
Yes. What time frame are you at? 15:09. 15.
That was at 14:56.
14:56. Okay, so right when I first read that, and then I had to relook at the wording of that. So it says when she got back to St. Michael's on the Wire after attending a medical appointment, she called her daughter-in-law and asked about the dog. So when you really look at that sentence, it's like she had already called her, but when she got back from her appointment, she called and asked about the dog because obviously
to kind of inquire about the dog. So we don't know that she hadn't already called her.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. Speculatively, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that's what would make sense because I had to read that one again as well, and so it makes sense that Penny did call Anne Marie, and then she went for her appointment and then called Anne Marie to check and see like about the dog, and then that's when Anne Marie let her know, hey, this is Nicola's dog.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so the next line is going to be 15:14, and this is going to be Paul Ansel, right? Yeah. Miss Bulley's partner, Paul Ansel, said she was struggling when she went missing. The inquest is told Anne Marie managed to get a hold of Paul on the phone. Susan said Anne Marie was on the phone to Paul, and when she came off the phone, she said Paul had said she is struggling. The inquest is told Paul arrived at the scene around 10 minutes later. Susan said she then put the harness on Willow. She was okay with the harness, and I started to walk the dog toward the metal gate, and the dog wouldn't move. When the dog turned around, there was a retractable lead hanging down, and when I moved that, she was fine. Wait. She was okay with the harness. Okay, Susan said she put the harness on Willow. Okay, so Willow had no harness or anything on her. She said she was okay with the harness, and I started to walk the dog toward the metal gate, and the dog wouldn't move. When the dog turned around, there was a retractable lead hanging down, and when I moved that, she was fine. So is that saying Willow had a retractable lead on her, or where was the retractable lead hanging down?
Right, that's what right again. So let's read that again. So she was okay with the harness, and as I started walking to walk the dog towards the metal gate, and the dog wouldn't move. She wouldn't move. When the dog turned around, there was a retractable lead hanging down, and when I moved that, she was fine.
So is that saying that that Willow had a retractable lead tied around her neck? And that when it was moved, she was fine? Because where else would it have been hanging down from?
Right.
Right. Because it says, or is it just as simple as it was attached to the harness that Anne-Marie put on Willow, and that once the lead was taken off, she was fine.
Well, I know that was a very confusing line as well, because it was attached to the like. Okay, so I mean, Rebecca Smith, whatever it said, both lead and harness. Okay, and then it was said, and I think it was by Gisela or whoever else, that the lead was on the harness.
Right. That's what Jackie is saying. Jackie and Angel are saying that as well.
Yeah. Sounds like the lead was attached to the harness,
And William.
and Susan was cross-dragging Willow by the harness initially.
Right.
The
Just the wording of it was strange to me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes,
and purple. And see, that's why I analyze everything when I find like a hiccup in something I read, because I assume everything that's said is going to be worded very carefully. So if something doesn't make sense to me or I question it, I always zero in on it.
Right. And that wording was so. One thing we didn't kind of learn was when Anne-Marie actually arrived. And there's another thing in there, if you noticed. So Paul was not there in 10 minutes. There's no way possible unless Anne-Marie was talking to him on the way. Now, Paul said he called 999. So the difference between before to now is that Paul called the police actually at 11:01. It said just after 11. And we all know that the timestamp is dated for 11:01. Although Paul, in his interview, said it was about 11:15 when he called the police. Because he said he called the police on his way down there. So it was said that the school called Paul. So was it really Anne-Marie that called Paul because she does work at the school, or did? Because it says Anne-Marie, but there's no way it would take 10 minutes. It takes 9 minutes to get there. Plus you would have to park and then go all the way up the towpath. Right?
Well, it does say around 10 minutes. So, I mean, that could be anywhere, really 10 to 20 minutes.
I was going to say it's more like probably the 15 to 20 minute mark, to be honest. Because Paul said that the cops arrived at 11:25. I believe. Okay. You guys, was the 11:25 to his home or to the path? I'm trying to remember now. Was the 11:25 that the police got there? Paul said to his home. They when he got to the park, they told him to go, to his home and blah blah blah. It couldn't have been that fast. I mean, seriously, I think it must have been to the park. You would think, because, I mean, it's going to take time to get back home again, and that seems like if he's called the police on his way there, and that would be too fast of a timeline. So unless Paul was off at this time on that as well, about the police getting there about 25 minutes later. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that it sounded like it was to the park, the river, that the police came. Right. 50 call from school from Channel 5 interview. Right. It was like, was it 10:55, Jackie? Or was it 10:45? Because he said the school, I believe he said the school called it 10:45, I want to say.
Well, I remember him saying he wasn't worried at first because sometimes he said she would go to the store, so it wasn't until really it would have been after. I remember it being 10:30, but I thought he always said that if she wasn't home by 11, he thinks he would have gotten worried.
Look what William did.
Oh, thank you, William. I know, right? I'm like, I felt so bad about as soon as I read that about Jet, I was like, fudge.
I know. You know what? I did the same thing too, because when I was reading it, I was like, oh.
Here we've all given Ron so much crap over the last few months, and I'm like, oh, poor Jet.
Poor Jet.
Can't make it.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta brush my hair. I got my brush. I was feeling like alfalfa for a sec. And they put their hair to the side. Just needed a little thing on there. Thank you very much, William.
Right.
For Jet. Yeah, that's so sweet. Animals are so precious, aren't they? They truly are. I mean, they really are our best friends. They really are.
You heard my reaction when you thought I meant Susan. I was like, no, why would I be upset about that?
I know.
I don't know Susan.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about Jet. I don't know anything about Susan.
There we go. That one didn't
William
seem to
Austin
echo.
Super Chat. £4.99. Thank you.
See, that
In
one,
loving memory of Jet.
that one didn't double echo.
Nope.
No, it didn't. But yeah, thank you so much, William, for that. That was my dad's name, by the way. William Brown. Bad Leroy Brown. Timeline. So yes, 1044, exactly what I remembered, right? Because I remember thinking, okay, so it's 1044, he gets the call, he heads out, or does he get gym clothes on first? Can't remember. But anyways, he heads out, calls the police on his way, is what I would, according to what we knew. But apparently it was 11 o'clock, 11:01, to be precise. No, I'm still going strong, Dina. Still going strong. I'm getting a little hot and warm in here, so I might turn on my fan for a second. But let's let Adam get back to some reading again. And
Well, really quickly before we move on, I did want to say, I agree. Who said this here? Jackie, thank you, because I picked up on that and I forgot until you just mentioned it. Jackie says, "Why would Paul tell Anne Marie Nikki was struggling? Did he know her that well?" I found that to be a very interesting thing when I read that Anne Marie that Penny talked about Anne Marie saying Paul said Nikki was struggling, because that doesn't seem like a normal thing you'd say to a stranger if they found your partner's phone on the bench.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm curious. So, how well do they know each other?
Well, I think that they probably, definitely Anne Marie. I feel like for sure, maybe perhaps I'm there's no connection that I've seen in the timeline to it, but it's a small town.
Right.
Penny
Fletcher. I think you have to be very close, because we've all lived. We all know how we want to present ourselves to other people. And do you think your first instinct, even if with a friend, do you think your first instinct is going to just be to say they were struggling?
Right. I know.
That, to me, that's a very telling statement.
You know what? Exactly. Because first of all, unless we know how close, because you wouldn't say something like that.
No.
Unless
let's say I found Deb's phone on a bench.
Yeah.
And I called you. Would your first thing you say would be to say, "Oh, she's been struggling"?
No, of course not.
No, you'd be like, "Oh, she might have told me this or that," but you wouldn't tell me right away. You'd be like, "That's her privacy."
Yeah.
So
I think the thing is this. I think January 10th plays a big part into how Nicola was feeling. Although I don't believe after this now that Nicola self-harmed herself. If they didn't find anything inside of her, I don't believe that. It was hard enough to believe already, but it was because of these things and this whole struggling thing. Again, this has all come from that side. It hasn't come from the news. This has literally come from the Bulley side and the Ansel side. Okay, those comments. The comment of every day, every day was the same, but this particular day I come downstairs, no carnage, and everything was done. Okay, that could be a telltale sign of something. And then you hear a little bit more about, Louise Cunningham making the comment of, Nikki, if there's any issues. So there was issues going on. Whether that was relationship wise, could have been, again, Paul and Nikki weren't married, and then it's kind of like, yeah, well, I'm kind of a procrastinator and blah, 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 type of thing. And who knows where that, again, I personally, Darren, don't want to throw Paul underneath the bus.
Right.
Only because Darren's so anti-Paul. I'm more like pro-Paul, in a sense. Again, so it was just that stuff coming out was all pertaining to vulnerabilities, self-harm, January 10th, etc. I think we can kind of definitely rule out the self-harm in this particular case. I feel like we with no alcohol in her system, no sort of drugs, no signs that she took her own life, in a sense, leaving her dog Willow to run astray. But I don't know, Willow, why didn't you jump in the water then if she did fall on the bench?
Right.
I don't know. But anyways, I think we can take out the self-harm one for sure,
Yeah.
or at least a good 99.999%. What do you guys think? You guys don't, a lot of people didn't believe self-harm, but there was a lot of things that absolutely went that way based on those comments.
Right. I never bought it.
Emma was.
I've always thought more along the lines of incident or third party, but
yeah. At DW Bull, Emma was with her. He was at Marsh Farm. Oh, that morning. Hold on a second. Who was with Paul that morning? Oh. Well, no, I mean at Marsh Farm when he gave that interview.
right.
Yeah, when he gave the interview, he was at Marsh Farm, and then I'm just trying to remember. He used the word we. We. Just trying to remember now, because the interview was at Marsh Farm, so that would have meant Emma's house place.
Right.
And so was it that he said that we, we went down to the river, like the river wire? Did he use the word we for that?
I can't remember.
He said we when he got the call. Okay, yeah, I don't know why in my head I was just going, well, yeah, but he was at Marsh Farm. But yeah.
Oh, thank you, Dina.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go listen to that again because I kept just applying it. Thank you, Dina. Great job you're doing. Yeah, I hope you get sleep soon. Oh, I will. We'll do. On there. Thank you so much. Mind you, Dina, are you a member? No, you're not. Oh, yes, you are. You're a member. Forget it. Ignore me. I can see your little thing there. I was gonna say if somebody's gonna spend $2 sometimes on a super sticker, just become a member for a month. Okay, now we got the.
Woohoo.
That one came in double.
Dina's super chat.
Dina.
Thank you.
Dina.
There's double.
Great job you doing. Hope you get sleep soon.
I will. I promise. At some point. Some point.
That's the
You
point.
know, the joy of this is that honestly, is that I really do enjoy that I shouldn't say I can because like I told you people before, or at least people that are listening, right? I mean, I really lost a lot of income when I lost my job last year in optical.
Yeah.
And when you're 54 years old, I'm almost 54. When you're 54 years old, I've sent out resumes and most people, whatever. Now, have I pushed it excessively hard? No, because I've really enjoyed bringing a voice to the voiceless and making videos, whether they're tribute videos or videos. I feel like I get my fix here. I've spent all my life in hospitality and customer service. So it's kind of like I get my full fix. When your happiness cup is just filled up because I get to create. I get to use that part of me. I love creating. I can paint. I can do a lot of different things, right? So I get to use my creative side. I also get to use my personable side because I was in customer service. I was a general manager of a hotel with my husband, but I was
Right.
even before I met my husband, I was, like I said, always in that. So when people come into chat, I find it so easy to chat and do lives and stuff like that because it's easy to talk to people for me. And so I enjoy the company of other people. So it's kind of like I'm getting it all filled in by the same token. Granted, at the moment, the money's not great, but thank you to the supporters that, like I said, that do help out. Thank you, YouTube, for taking your 30% cut, but they pay for the ads and stuff like that. And those bits of memberships and super chats and super stickers, help out and stuff like that. So although it's quite different than my actual income that I was making, It's very rewarding, and that's what's most important as well. I would just like to help out my husband a little bit better than what I do at the moment. So, but that's going to take time with growing as a channel. And if that means I get find a part-time job at some point, I'm not totally pushing it, because I enjoy waking up every day to go, you know what? I get to talk to people. I get to create videos. And I finally, after say 54 years here, I get to, I've worked since I was 8 years old, guys. Okay. I was delivering papers at 8 years old, working at 13, never stopped since. Okay. So for me, it's a little bit of taking a little bit of time to myself, selfishly a little bit, because I don't really do that. But I just don't like that I put extra burden on my husband, who has a decent job, but it still doesn't help the cost of living. And we all know groceries are a joke nowadays. So I just want to say it is a pleasure, again, to get to have a lot of those needs met. And I always will put people over money all the time. It's not even an option. People are first. Money is never a reason why I do something, and it never will be, no matter how. Right? We're all built differently. But anyway, so it's just nice to enjoy those aspects that I get to put all the stuff that I love doing in, and I can do that by getting off the bed and going to my computer. Or sitting in bed with my iPad. I am 65 and due to start working at our 111 medical helpline very soon. Ooh, I know, my 65 is not really the quit line anymore, is it? Kind of like 75 now. Who called the police for the ambulance when the policeman forgot to turn on body camera? Nicola, Paul, or neighbors? Who called the police or ambulance when the policeman forgot to turn on body camera? Nicola or Paul or neighbors? Well, I mean, Rebecca Smith said that Paul had called the police, if that's what you're talking about. Like, who called the police was Paul. But Penny said she did too. So is that going to come into play? Or are we going to hear that Penny actually called the police as well? That both of them? Because remember, we've heard that too. But Rebecca said Paul. But in articles, we've heard Penny. So there's got to be something in there. I used to work. Okay, last one, and then we'll get to reading. I used to work 5 days a week, 13-hour shifts as a care nurse till, right, exactly, in 2020, now disability. Oh, really, eh? Left in a bad way and health-wise. Glad I have a great hubby. Oh, that's amazing. And sorry that you were so impacted by that. Some people really were. Yeah. Some people really were impacted by that for sure. Anyways, prayers to you, of course, Jackie. And I'm glad you have a great husband too. We all need some of that. Darren, I'm pretty sure if I was to look around, you're probably the best darn husband in here, aren't you? Aren't you, Darren? You're so, yeah, unless I would be wife number 10 if we did marry. And I just happened to say 10, and look at that. About the 10th.
Right.
Bullet on about the 10th. Sunny. Oh, are you talking about that day? Do not know about that day. Can I ask you something, Adam?
Yeah.
If you were to guess who called the police on the 10th, was it Paul? Was it Nicola? Or was it a neighbor? Oh no, the neighbors seem to know a lot, to be honest with you.
I mean, no, it's hard to judge, because I mean, you never know what someone's going through. If Nicola, we know Nicola had been struggling, so I mean, depending on the state of mind of someone, I mean, they could call police because of whatever reason. Their partner could end up calling the police because of their behavior or whatever, or a neighbor could have just called because of the noise. So without knowing the specifics, I can't even begin to guess.
Yes. You know what? You don't have
because
to.
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer in that.
I'm a psychic, so that's no problem, right? Right? Remember, I'm a psychic. No problem.
Right. Okay. You're going to say neighbor.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's either two things that happen there to me. I'm good, aren't I? Yes, of course you are, dude. So either the neighbor called because the neighbor was a very, close friend to Nicola, and she heard fighting going on, or Paul did. One of the two. I'll tell you what I feel the problem was that day. I think that Nicola was drinking and depressed or something. I think that there was an argument that happened. I think that Nicola's been in a depression, whether that's because of her marriage, whether that's because of some other reasons. I think that when they made the statement, because there was no need for it, that nobody was arrested, that means that it sounded more like there was something more of a heavy argument or perhaps some physical stuff going on there. And you guys, I at the end of the day, yeah, okay, Nicola's passed away, but that doesn't mean that everyone's a perfect angel. I know that I'm an angel, and even I fall too sometimes. Do you know? I am not perfect, but an angel, that's angel. She's not an angel, I'm sure, sometimes either. But I think that, when if somebody's been drinking, it's a depressant. Okay?
Yeah.
When you're a depressed person, it's a depressant enough. So let me put it this way. Like I said, just because Nicola, you can tell is a great person, whatever. That doesn't mean everyone's perfect. And I think Nicola could have easily, perhaps, like I said, they got in an argument or something like that. Who knows? I think I'm going to say that it was more something about Nicola, and they made the comment that there was no arrest because it was something that was either physical or definitely a lot of, like, maybe the neighbor heard things where she did a welfare check unbeknownst to them and had a welfare check done. Something happened there, but I believe that Nicola was the root of why that all transpired. That she could have been having a bad day, got feisty. Who knows? But other than that, she's an angel. No, I just think that we're not all perfect. I cannot cast stones, right? I've tried not to do bad things, but I cannot say that I'm not guilty, of, when I can't say that I'm not guilty of basically hitting back, because my ex-husband used to always hit me. Well, my first one, sorry. But do you know what I mean? So my instinct is when somebody does something to me, to be like, to push them and be like, get away from me, get off me, So I had to learn to kind of like calm myself back down, because it was like I was like this, I wouldn't touch. But then when somebody's beating you up all the time, you can't help but defend yourself. Then after a while, after all the years go by, you can't help that when somebody is trying to, or whatever, or getting up in your face, you're like, you do what you've been had happen to you, and you're just like, get away from me, get back, And then I remember my husband now said, "Don't you push me," and I was like, "Push you if I want." And he said, you're not allowed to put your hands on me or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's when I realized, like, you're right. I guess I can't really take my aggression out on you because of how I was being treated from the last relationship. And he didn't deserve it. So it's not like I beat him, but there was a few times that I kind of pushed him away and said, like, get away from me, because I was so used to defending myself that way, So anyways, I just think that, again, as much as I'm a do-gooder in life, like I said, we're all not perfect. We all have our moments, we all have our days, and we all have issues sometimes, and we all have anxiety about things or depressions. We go through our ups and downs. I call life a roller coaster. And with that being said, Adam, do you want to carry on?
Yes. So the next one is witnesses tell of hearing a scream.
Oh, yes, thank you. 1602. Okay.
Yeah. 2 women have told the inquest of hearing a scream near the riverside on the morning Miss Bulley vanished. Nurse Helen O'Neill says she was with her dogs in the garden of her home on Allotment Lane, not far from a path that leads to the bench overlooking the river wire where Miss Bulley disappeared. She told the inquest, "I heard a scream. It's not an alarming noise. It was just over a couple of seconds. I'm quite used to hearing the children in the school out back, but it was not that noise. I vividly remember thinking it's unusual at this time in my head. I had two females walking along by the river, and one jumped out on the other. I vividly remember thinking it's unusual at this time. In my head, I had two females walking along by the river, and one jumped out on the other. I didn't think anything of it until later on. There were no other sounds to be concerned about. A second witness, Veronica Clayson, a housewife and club secretary for the village tennis club, said, I was just about to get into the car and I heard a scream. A very short scream, and my immediate thought was somebody is having a bit of fun at the backyard of the graveyard. Miss Clayson said it was an inhale scream, like a sharp intake of breath. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you got someone way on allotment lane there. And you got someone that's near the church.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, let's go back up. So let's go finish that. Let's see. Oh, they're getting into the Fitbit now. It's very Fitbit. Anyways, let's go up to the Fitbit. That one I'm
yeah. I think we're about done with the testimony from today.
Yep. Yeah, we are actually.
So 1638, Fitbit watch and Mercedes car keys recovered with her body. Miss Bulley's Fitbit watch and her car keys were recovered along with her body, a senior police officer who investigated her disappearance said. Asked what was found with her body on February 19th, Lancashire Police Detective Superintendent Rebecca Smith told the inquest her Fitbit watch and her set of Mercedes car keys. Okay. I mean, I know we'd wondered about the car keys and the Fitbit, so I mean, nice to see the confirmation of that they were found on her body.
Well, the keys we knew about because that was said, but the Fitbit
they were missing. The Fitbit we'd heard speculated whether it was found, whether she'd left it at home,
Yeah.
Yeah, still never heard about the necklace. Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah. Are you going on to the next part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fitbit watch stopped recording steps beyond 9:30 a.m. Miss Bulley's Fitbit stopped recording steps beyond 9:30 a.m. on the day she disappeared, a digital specialist for Lancashire Police said. DC Keith Greenlaw told an inquest into her death Nicola Bulley's iPhone was recovered from a bench. The phone was intact and there were no signs that it had been in the water. He said there were no further steps recorded beyond 9:30 a.m. on January 27th.
Right.
Okay. Where am I going here? Detective says he believes Miss Bulley fell into the water. DC Keith Greenlaw said he believes Nicola Bulley fell into the water between 9:18 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. He told the inquest analysis of her iPhone and Fitbit watch data suggests she very possibly entered the water at 9:22 a.m. on January 27th. Huh. I had not seen that before.
Which one? Which one, Adam?
Well, to me, that's probably the most... So he told the inquest analysis of her iPhone and Fitbit watch data suggests she very possibly, in quotation marks,
yes,
entered the water at 9:22 a.m. on January 27th. That is so specific that there's... I mean, I want to know exactly why, what about the data suggests that. So.
Yeah, right, exactly 9:22.
Right. And that would go into the thing that like people were commenting on earlier about like Jackie just said, the heart rate increased, the blood oxygen. Those are probably the things that go into play with the other things the Fitbit monitors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
On this one, Adam, right here, that's when they kind of mention about the dog. It says Miss Fletcher said Willow's dog tag had a reference to Moy Vets in. Okay, now hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, because weren't we told that Penny Fletcher was calling around to vets or something like that? That's how they portrayed it.
I
That
don't.
Penny was
I always heard that the veterinarian's number was on the collar.
okay. No, yes, but no.
We talked about it.
No. What I'm saying is, in the order it was said. No, okay. So how that went, Adam, with the dog tag was, first of all, Penny Fletcher, that she called around to the vet, basically, or vets, right? And that the vet couldn't help her out or whatever, right? So it was almost like the whole consensus was that she was just like trying to figure out, like, call a vet, hey, do you know who this dog belongs to? Type of thing. Okay. So then at some point, and this is just people speculating, and then at some point it was said that the vet's number was on the dog collar.
Right.
And then people that own dog collars are saying,
No.
Why would they be? Because you have to have the owner's name on it, which you do. And then someone else had said, well, I think that the vet's number was on one side and Nicola's or whoever was on the other side, or a phone number was on the other side, type of thing. Okay, so that's kind of like, okay, that one made sense to me than just a vet phone number. But the way it was portrayed with Penny Fletcher was that Penny got home, she started calling around, calling the vets as if it was like, as if she didn't know. But here it's clearly she knows who the vet is. So why would this vet not be able to help her?
Right.
Because this vet clearly, a dog would probably clearly have some sort of something,
Agreed.
So it would seem odd that the vet would have no clue about Nicola Bulley's dog whatsoever. That would seem strange a little bit. And either or, we can see here that Miss Fletcher, Penny, knew or that there was a dog tag that said Moy's Vet on it. What Eddie said was at the front of the dog tag says Dorothy, because Dorothy was the one that gave the thing with the phone number or whatever, gave Nicola the dog, which could very well be true. And when she got back to St. Michael's on the Wire, Kenningham Medical, right? So that part kind of threw me off when it was like, I mean, it just threw me off for the fact of, wait a second, you guys made it sound like she went home and she was dialing vet phone numbers, and stuff like that. But then, she obviously had this number. So, I feel
Okay,
like
I'll be right back. I need to run off for 1 minute, but I'll be right back.
Okay, I feel like that there's definitely some information coming out here to make us look better, but there's a difference between having the information for a timeline and the difference between believing if Nicola Bulley went in at the bench. It's kind of like two separate avenues a little bit. It's kind of like, sure, okay, thanks. We know who the witnesses are now. Thanks. But you still want us to believe that she went in at the bench, but you have nothing to show us besides you hypothesizing that she went in that way. And we don't know that for sure. We don't. They don't. They don't know that for sure. Sonny, I'm not sure if they said they knew who the phone belonged to because Nicola's picture is on the phone. Paul, so what I recall was with that in this testimony today was that Ron knew who the person was, knew Paul's face on that screensaver. but didn't know where he lived or anything like that. But Anne Marie obviously knows Nicola and knows Paul, and called Paul, obviously, because Paul, you wouldn't just dish out someone was struggling to a stranger. So they knew who the phone belonged to. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, Ron, there's some things there and there now you can kind of see that Ron didn't say, that probably, when Ron was talking, he was talking in a hurriedly way, because he's with reporters. He's not, it's kind of like he's already given the full thing to the police and whatever. So, that you definitely knew that there was pieces from Ron that were missing in that interview. I think that Zam Rashid guy, I think that he did a pretty shitty job at actually getting information out of Ron. I bet he won. I don't know. I feel like he would want to kick himself after that. I just feel like he did. I feel like there were so many questions that he could have said. If he, meaning you're a reporter, it's your job. You get information. You try to get people to say things, even if they don't want to say them, perhaps, and you can see that that's what they're doing. So before you go off on your walk, you're the one that told me, actually, that the lady there was kind of being useless. Like, if anything, she was being very useless. And it was kind of like the Inzman Rashid guy. And I don't know how to pronounce his name, and I don't care if I say it wrong anyway. Inzman, whatever. But he was the one that was taking the lead, and he was like, well, hold on, just before you go here, you were the one that did this, right? So, I mean, at least we got a few things out of him, but I feel like there was definitely so much more he could have asked him in that interview. Unless his brain cells just weren't working at the time. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's easier said than done, because when you're looking at it, it's easier to go like, dude, why didn't you simply ask him a few of these questions? Was there any more news on the milk tray man in black? Just that. I don't know if we'll hear any more about that. Like I don't know if we'll hear that the man in black was already vetted and, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be interesting just still looking at the full timeline and going, okay, so if Penny was at an appointment and, but I wish that they would have said specifically what time Anne Marie came about the whole thing. So it's still kind of playing like chess a little bit.
Right.
Definitely. But very grateful for, honestly, Adam, were you expecting this much information today at all? I know I wasn't.
No, I wasn't, to be honest. And I mean, so what I want to know now, we haven't even gotten to Paul or Louise's testimony yet.
No, but and there'll be more than just theirs.
Well, no, of course, but I mean, I want to, and of course, I know their testimony is probably going to be more about her character and who she was, but I wasn't expecting this much information today, so I'm excited to find out what we're going to learn tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Just want to look at something here. Handsets. Okay, they did it like that. I just do really quickly want to show this for 1 second. As long as hold on. Don't think I'm showing anything. Okay, I don't want to show that. Okay.
I might need a shave for tomorrow.
Frick, my butt needs a massage. I'm telling you right now.
Well,
this butt.
I mean, we don't have much more to go over, right? I mean, for today.
No, literally, we'll be on here till we'll just say 17 more minutes, and then we're out of here. Okay, I want to thank Jackie, who had sent me this earlier, because I was going to be using some of this. So I just want to see this. So detective says Miss Bulley fell into the water. We already read that. Okay, that was that. Fitbit. Okay, we read that. Fitbit, read that. 8:26 left home. 8:34. See, remember they kept saying 8:40. 8:40 for they themselves gave the 8:40 timeline for her arriving at school. That's kind of comes in small, doesn't it? Hey, wrong one. I'm there. Loving the beard.
Oh yeah, send me that timeline so I have it for to look over again tonight, Sonny. Whenever we're
Dina,
off tonight.
hey, yeah. Dina, Dina, do you like my beard? Is that what
Oh,
Dina's saying?
Jackie says send it to you too. Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, that's nice, Jackie. Thank you. It's a nice little well laid out timeline.
Yeah, and like I said, I'll be able to look and I can look over that again tonight. You know, 'cause sometimes when you're on a live, I know Sunny and I both, when you're on a live, sometimes you're going over information, but you don't absorb it the same way you do if you're just sitting in your own thoughts reading it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I once it's all said and done, I want to take everything that I want to take everything and go through it and then make it into a video so that it's all just in one lump form. You know, it's kind of like what I was doing today. Every time somebody else, every time somebody else posted something. Actually, Jackie, if you could just get that all ready for us, please. Jackie, if you could just go through all that information. If you could just organize it all correctly by all the media, because, you know, we had dog tag on the one, but not the other, blah, blah. If you could just regroup yourself, Jackie, tonight. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. We'll pay you in there. We'll pay you in
Jackie said there will be a test on it tomorrow, Adam.
Dina, stop flirting with me. Look at this. Yeah, you know what? We'll just leave it to this now. We've gone enough through the timeline. We'll just leave the last part for 14 minutes just to talk to questions or whatever.
Right.
Well, let's take on this question. There will be a test on it tomorrow, Adam. Right? No to the church. Okay. So Bull says, who came up with the misleads like the woman in red? That was absolutely Darren. Darren is claiming not to be anonymous member. That was definitely Darren. I believe it, in fact, if Darren was being honest here, that he liked the woman in the red, but he preferred the red van better than the woman in the red. And okay. Oh, and the fisherman. Yeah. The fisherman. One of those guys was the guy in black, probably. Or maybe not. Just making that stuff up now. Yeah. As for then there's the woman in the yellow. Oh, I see what happened here. So Darren said, you know what? There's a woman in the red and not really my type. Woman in the yellow, defo my type, but you know what? She has a little buggy with her. I'll take the red van and F the fisherman. That's pretty much what he said.
Right.
Well, besides taking their rods, perhaps. You know, they asked for dash cam from the wrong road, right? Yeah, they did, Darren. John always said that from Crime Scene to Courtroom. Yeah. Do you know he said he was too busy for me today? I said, you can join us, John. And he's like, no, I'm going to go take a nap, is what he specifically said. I'm going to go take a nap, and then I'm going to pull out another Lucy Letby video. That's a very interesting case. Can I just ask you guys? You guys can say it there. But
John.
Great. Who's more important? Lucy that took some, or coming here and having some shit full of laughs, you know? John, you just need to take it easy sometimes. Have a few laughs. Seriously.
I know what happened. John wanted to be able to watch our coverage so that when he covers it, he knows what to say.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I see it. I'm not taking a piss on you. Or no, what did you say? You're not taking a piss out of me. I'm not taking a piss out of you. I'm taking a piss on you. Difference.
There's a big difference between taking a piss out of you or on you.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I take it out of me and then put it on you, and I'll fluff it up in your cornflakes for all the snowflakes. But those are really actually called snowflakes, not cornflakes, just so you know. The style is by the bench, right at the side of the bench. Yeah. I mean, that's still a twister on that one, that whole little style thing. It
Right.
sounds like she was, to me, it just sounds like she came from, I don't know. That one's still
Let's
twisting
have
my brain.
let's have Curtis. Let's have Curtis Media go ask
Yeah.
Penny what she meant by that.
Sure. And so he can get locked up, huh? Is that your trickery? I see your wizardry there. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, Curtis, go ask Penny since I mean, she knows who he is.
Hold on. Let
You
me
could
just
ask
talk.
her.
Penny, do you want Curtis to come talk to you? Hold on. Let's see. I know this isn't my emblem, but it's or my pendulum, but it's close enough. Veronica sent me this. Veronica that was in chat earlier today, and guess what? It's got a little lipstick on it because here at
Aw.
It's a Crime and Shame, we used to gloss a lot. But then
We
when,
used to, yeah.
right. And then once Deb flew the coop and whatever, you know, we
I don't
just
even have any. I don't have any. I started the gloss thing, and I don't even have any handy.
okay.
Oh well.
Penny, do you want Curtis to come talk to you guys? If it goes in a circle or back and forth means yes. No, sorry, back and forth means no, and circle means yes. Penny, do you want Curtis to come see you? Do you want him to get in trouble? Hold on, I'm not moving this, you guys. I'm not moving it myself. Freaking whip. Okay.
I see your hand moving.
Totally not moving it myself. Anyways, Pendulum, Curtis, Pendulum gave the okay to go see Penny. No problem.
Right.
Then all about that 23. Okay, what about the 23? So 23, the 23. This is what I'm going to talk about. So 23 obviously is the birthday of the lady that's on the bench. That's her birthday, is September 23rd. Okay. And she's 1918 to 1998. But Penny, Nicola, okay, we got to call her Nikki. We got to got to call her Nikki because she like being called Nikki. So Nikki Nindor, Nikki. But Nikki was found 23 days after. Right. I still would like to know where Snowden said, and we even picked the right day. Dude, you're the only person that ever said that, by the way. Huh. Okay, sorry. My bangs are bugging me. I feel like a grease monkey.
Someone stole the 23 off the bench. No, that's shitty. I'm sorry. I don't mean to curse, but that's a horror. That, you know.
Are you kidding? Wait, come on, really? Claire, where's Claire? Come on, Sailor Man. Well, Darren, hold on, Darren. Are you in the vicinity?
Probably an Irish person did it.
Do me a favor, Darren. If you live within the vicinity or somebody lives within the vicinity of there, make a little trip down there, take a picture, send it to crimeandshame@gmail.com. I want to see proof that somebody took this thing. I want proof. Sailor Man, okay? You know what? You just go have a nice little walkie over there. Oh, and
thank you, Darren. Darren, I had not heard that, Darren. So thank you for that information. If it's true,
yeah. If so, that is freaking ignorant. And if you're watching this and you took it, give that back. That's just freaking wrong. But anyways, since whoever else lives around the area, you know what would be a really nice thing to do? I don't know if you guys do it out there, but I kind of think probably sometimes you just take a rock, get a nice size, a little rock, and you just write Nicola on it, and then you place it somewhere around that area. If somebody's around that area and wishes just to even get out a felt marker and put Nicola and draw a couple little freaking flowers on it or something and put it in a special place for Nicola while they're at the river wire, that would be a really nice thing to do. I would personally do it myself. If somebody can do that, let me know if you can. Take a picture of it, go lay it in the spot, give, whether it's kind of hidden more or whatever. But people can be so disrespectful. Come on. Arizona, I thought it was chiseled. It is chiseled. That's why I'm confused. It is chiseled.
Yeah, but it was on a little placate, right?
Well, there was a plaque on the front.
Or placard.
But it looked like it was. Well, no, I don't think it was chiseled, to be honest.
No, it's on a little placard. It's chiseled on a placard, I believe.
Yeah. Did you go today? Sonny, it's been. Wait. Sonny, it's been took off their.
I've got a
phones?
picture of it somewhere here.
What's he saying? What'd you say? What's that last word? Sonny, it's been took off their. What?
I don't see what you're reading, Sonny.
Oh, I'm reading what Darren's saying. He's saying, Sonny, it's been took off their. I think it's home.
Sonny, it's been took off their hun or huns.
Well, I mean, John
Oh,
just
Lord.
took a picture of it.
I screenshot some funny.
Well, I mean, I have screenshots with the number 23 on the back. Like, I have screenshots. Like, when John was out there not too long ago.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at.
I mean, John, it was about a month ago now or something.
Oh, here, I'll send it to you. I have it handy, Sonny. I'll send it to you really quick. This was from John.
So, wait, yeah. So, come on, Darren. When was it taken off? How long ago? Come on now. You got to be.
It is chiseled. It is chiseled into the wood. I sent it to you, Sonny, the picture, because I had it really handy.
The front.
No,
Oh,
it wasn't.
the
It was
20
never on the front.
The 23 wasn't on the front.
Yeah, it was on the back.
Yeah.
So I have a picture of the here's for Darren. I have a picture of the front of the bench and the back. So I sent Sonny the one of the back of the bench showing the 23. And here, let me send the one of the front.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a good picture. That was probably better than mine, that one. Front one I had a really good picture of because it was from a video or something I remember, and it was like, oh, thank you for the close-up. I think it was from Curtis's video where he did like a close-up. What the heck was that?
I don't know. We had a little hiccup.
Oh, did we have one of those little blurpy things? Okay. Let's see here. So that's 23. Yeah, there's no way they took the 23 off. That's for sure.
Yeah. So, but I think Darren was just confused. I think Darren might have been thinking there was 23 on the front of the bench, but it was on the back.
Hold on a second. Your picture of the front sucks.
Oh yeah, I know. I just was screenshotting, but you can tell there was never a 23 on the front.
I don't want that open. No, there wasn't. I have here's my front picture right here. Let me just screenshot that. Barbara Roscoe. Hi, Barbara Roscoe. Rest in peace, lady. Okay. And if you guys know, I did a video on her birthday and ancestry. And she was born September 23rd. Okay, so let me go back over to here. Stop screen. Present screen. Okay, you guys, and don't forget again, let's do another reminder that, okay, Ellie, you'll see your name up there now. Purple, your name's right there. And who else? Claire, this is Claire, your name's there. I have you guys, it's going to take me a while to go through them, but all you guys have to do is share a video, share this live, or share another video of mine that you watch, like meaning within this day or yesterday type of thing. The ones that say share. But anyways, so if you want your name on a rock, you have to share a video. You have to be honest and just do it. Then I'll put you on a rocket, but you have to write shared, that you shared it in the comment section. So for anyone, for instance, like in the last live we just did, that one's ready. You guys can put a comment there if you want. But I'll be going through all those a little bit later tonight as well, looking for all the people. So if you've seen me check that off with if you've seen me check that off with like a heart and I'm giving you a thumbs up and a heart, that means that I got you. I got you already. If you don't see it, perhaps, and you don't see your name on the thing, then you can email me and say, Sonny, you missed me. You missed me.
Right.
Dina, we limit autographs. Yeah, but no. Thank you so much. Okay, let me show them.
Darren, I know that my picture, I mean, Sonny didn't pull it up, but the picture I have from the front of the bench is like of an emblem or something that was on the front of the bench. And it still looks blurred enough, like in my picture at least, that I'm like, what was that? So
Yeah,
Darren's saying it looks like a badge has been taken off the front of the bench.
no. So yeah,
Well,
that's just the drinking problem you have, Darren. That's all. No problem.
well, no,
So
Darren was just there today. He said,
yeah.
and it said it's an oval shape that's been took off the front. Something was on there and it's gone.
No, I believe that's the design. Like this is a design, right? Kind of like I guess the number thing, right? It's engraved. This to me is a design of some sort. Anyways, and so this is Barbara Roscoe, September 23rd. So sometimes things just align, people. Sometimes things just align. So she was gone for really, Kelly.
What?
It's official. DP is BK.
Wait, what?
She said. Hold on. It's official. DP is BK. Prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty for Brian Koberger. But wait. What does she mean? It's official. Oh, wait. What is? Hold on. Oh, a DP.
Well, put it on the screen.
No. All it is simply that that Brian Koberger. It's official that they're seeking the death penalty for Brian Koberger. If you guys don't watch that case, okay, you guys should get into that one. We need to cover that one more. It's another wild case. 4 people inside of a house, their lives taken in 1122 King Road. Okay. Somebody said something earlier about Letby. What was that about Letby? Oh, Dina. What did I say? I mean, I try not to hate you that much. I try to limit the hate in one day. Right now, it's reserved for a few other people, Dina, to be honest with you. I mean, Hippo right there. I don't know why. Hippo's pissing
I sent
me
you
off.
another picture of it too, Sonny.
What are you sending me? Hippo, if you could just be like a rhino, I'd feel a little bit better. I kind of think that purple hippo, like maybe a purple Barney would be better. Barney, yeah. Arizona. I've been following that one. Yeah, Jackie. Well, Jackie, if you could just update us fully and brief us, okay? I feel like Jackie needs to be like she needs to debrief us. It's kind of like, think of us like the president and and the wife and stuff like that. And we just stand there and talk, but you actually do all the work, and then we just debrief. You just debrief us with it, and then we act like we know about everything. Perfect. Yeah. I mean, the job pays shit, to be honest with you, but it's very rewarding. Side bit. I've been following the case as well. She hates me more. A Mustang. It's only because I prefer a different type of horse than a Mustang. I'm more of like I don't know, like a donkey. I prefer donkeys. Maybe those, or those little those little small miniatures, Or if that's a car, unless you're talking about a car, still prefer a Z28, something like that. Purple Rhino works. Yeah, a purple Rhino. Are cameras allowed? Yes, they are, Angel. Cameras are allowed for the Brian Koberger case. If only you guys did that crap out there. Well, I guess they are with Lucy Letby, aren't they? I guess they are. They didn't do it with Johnny Depp, though. Yeah. And it's Amber Turd, not Amber Heard. What did you send me a picture of?
Oh, it was just a different angle of the front of the bench that I had.
Oh, that looks like a freaking satanic thing now. Now that just looks satanic-like. Okay, stop. Why did I stop that? I didn't mean to stop that. Give you a close-up. All right. Okay, let me pull in the one. Yeah, Koberger case. Very interesting. A lot of loonies in every case, though, isn't there? If someone could just solve Delphi for me for, I don't know, by Friday, that would be great. Okay. Well, now it's just hurting my eyes. That's probably as good as it's going to get. Yeah, that one just hurts my eyes. Back to some pretty things.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, Actually, here we are 5 minutes past when we said we were going to go.
This is like, hold on. How long was the last live?
4
It
hours
was 4
and
hours and
48
38 minutes.
38.
Yeah. And you guys, this one's a little bit more disappointing because when we got off our last live, I'm so sorry that it's like freaking 11:30 over there, or 10:30 over
Oh,
there.
65 people watching. What happened there?
Because they went to bed because they were.
Oh, yeah. Because they also have, because they know tomorrow, we're going to do this again tomorrow.
This is true. They're getting ready for tomorrow. They need to be well rested.
Right.
Yeah.
Which,
Okay.
before we do get off tonight, do you want to say it quickly? I don't think Charmaine is here.
No. Go ahead.
I don't think
you're
Charmaine
wrong.
is here, but I just want to say this is just a sneak peek. Charmaine sent me like the mother load of gifts, and so for anyone that doesn't know, I love ketchup chips, and you can't get ketchup chips in the US. You can't buy ketchup chips anywhere near where I live in the US. So Charmaine, who lives in Canada, sent me the mother load. I'm only gonna pull one bag out, but I have like 15 different bags of ketchup chips, and I think this is in French.
Charmaine and I actually live in Canada. I'm closer. I'm cheaper. Callie, it's time for one of my gift bags again, please.
Oh, and I got crystals. I got gems. I got all sorts of from Charmaine.
Yeah, I want to see, please. Yeah, I'll get sleep as soon as I see all these gifts that I didn't get that you did. But okay, I'll have to brag about Callie, because Callie at Christmas time, she sent me a bunch of wonderful stuff. Go on. Callie's always been good to me too. Same with Mustang. Yeah, go on.
Hey.
She sent you every freaking brand and flavor. Okay, you're getting laid tonight, aren't you, buddy?
All dressed.
Oh, okay. Now you promise they're not like D pics, right, Darren? You're gonna keep them clean, right? Or else I'm gonna have to deface them.
All dressed crispers.
Darren, the email address is in the top corner if you can see it. actcrimeandshame@gmail.com.
Are you seeing these, Sonny? Are these good?
Yeah, I'm seeing them, crispers. And I don't usually eat those too much.
I got a Canadian Mars bar.
Oh, wait, do you guys have Mars bars, right?
Right. Yeah. I don't know if they're the same though. I got a caramel.
Ooh, that one looks squashed. Is it squashed?
Hickory sticks.
Oh, hickory sticks. Who doesn't love hickory sticks? Come on now.
And then I got an entire bag full of crystals.
Oh, Callie, if you can just send me some shells. Callie sells seashells by the seashore. I want to try Twinkie. Twinkies are good.
Look at this one.
Twinkies are good. You guys have Twinkies, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That one looks like kind of it looks like a butt plug. Just saying. Kind of does.
A little bracelet.
Yeah.
So again, I haven't gone through all of it, but thank you so much, Charmaine.
Charmaine, yeah. I'm appreciative. Sonny would be more appreciative, however. Just saying. You're my girl because you only live like 20 minutes away. Okay. Anyways, yeah, spoiled little boy, spoiled little bitch. Let me just say, at Christmas time. So wait, Veronica, she sent me bracelets, a bunch of bracelets. And she sent this lipstick necklace to me, and she sent me this like really cool kind of like a zodiac cloth thing, big kind of cloth thing. And Callie had gave me Delphi Murders, Abby Libby. She bought me a blanket, and she sent me some like soap potpourri stuff. Oh, lip gloss. I'm a lip gloss person. Anybody love me enough? Want to send me some funny look? I want those, like Deb. She never did buy me them anyway. I like. I'm like a cutesy person. Okay. Okay. Everyone in there. Oh, what happened? Oh no. See? See my lip gloss? Okay. But Callie got me. It was Hello Kitty lip gloss. Ooh, I must have it here still. Hold on, Callie, because it's been in my one bag here. I just got it. So you guys get bored, just leave. Other than that, stay.
Hey, Sharon Parker. Angel, I haven't had a Mars bar in so long. I don't even know if I like them, but the fact that Charmaine sent it to me makes me think I'm gonna eat it. Sunny's like feverishly looking for something down there. Wait, Sharon Parker says you would like the Mars bar. Jackie says wait, all there is angel food cake with frosting in the middle. What are Mars bars? I don't even know. I don't know if I've ever had one. Sunny, you're muted.
Because I don't want to make all that noise as I was looking for it. But what I came across, Callie, I'm so sorry, but I came across a candy. These are so good. These are called, I don't even know. What is it? Whatever. Anyways, these things are so good. Okay.
No, I love a Twinkie.
Twinkies are really good.
I just say Twinkie so people don't like clip that and think I said twink.
Or dink. Callie, I know it's somewhere in there. I just don't know where it went. Oh, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Just know that. Just know I have an Amazon wish list that has lip gloss on it. Okay. No one ever uses it though. Callie, I give up. This bag is like I don't know. Count a mask. Does that count? I'm pretty sure I don't need a Subway thing. Callie got me this too. A little implement. I was all for Christmas. At Christmas time. Callie loves me.
Callie sent me a Christmas gift too, so thank you very much, Callie. But Sunny, did you see what Lacey said?
No. What did Lacey say? It was something that's gonna Adam, I will send you a present. Just need to find a box I can fit in. You can come jump in my box, Lacey. I'll tell you that right now. I got plenty of space in this shuttle.
I don't know if she'll get through customs.
I got a landing gear and everything with my box. Yeah. Hey, found some vape juice.
Poor Sunny. You've got to be so tired.
No, I'm past tired.
Well, and you've got to do it again in the morning.
Oh yeah, but it's only like 2:37 here in the afternoon.
No. Granted, everyone, she didn't tell me what time she wanted to go on this morning, so I had no idea.
I didn't know what time. I was just trying to get my husband out of the house. Sorry, husband. Love you. Hey, Darren, if I talk dirty to you like that, would you like it too? Hey, Bo Drive. I told my husband yesterday. Like, he should be lucky to have me. Like, what's the point in having a normal wife? I don't nag on him. I don't force him to do anything he doesn't want to do. I told him. So, okay, I'll tell you what happened, okay? I asked him to put some Voltron on my back to give me a massage because I felt like I deserved it. So he's massaging me, and you guys get those pressure points, yeah? And so he's hitting the pressure point, and I'm like, right? Not even kidding. I was just like, and he's like, that's like, you're weird. And I'm like, why? You're hitting the pressure point. You know those pressure points where it's like, oh, it hurts, but it feels so good at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my gosh, stop, but don't ever stop.
Like, honestly, I would marry me. I would literally marry me and be like, you did such a good pick.
Right.
Because I think I'm a darn good partner. I do. I give myself credit for that. I don't give myself credit for housework, though. And I don't give myself credit for cooking. Yeah, I don't give myself credit for anything to do with household chores and stuff too much. I've already outdid that shit.
Good night, Teresa.
Night, Teresa. If you could just give her a good night story. Once upon a time, in a far away land, Sunny could not find her lip gloss.
Right.
You know what?
Angel
I know
says,
it's there, Callie.
Angel says a Mars a day helps you work and rest and play. No, they rot your teeth and make you fat.
I believe it's not a Pisces sign, Diana. Or Diane, I think it's a Pisces sign. Anyways,
Right.
Yeah. So can you just lullaby, go to sleep, my baby. I'm singing
I know.
to Teresa.
Well, I know. Well, we've been on long enough again. Then I have to pee again, so I have to go soon.
Hold on, you go pee for a second. Sorry, Callie. She got me anyways. This really cute little Hello Kitty lip gloss. It was so cool. I was just trying to find it because I knew it was in that bag, and honestly, it probably is, and I'm probably just spinning it around in circles with the other 30, 50. Like, there's literally probably about 20 lip glosses, okay? I'm like a lip glossaholic. I just don't like dry lips. That's my problem. You know? I like smelly things. When I say smelly, I'm more like mean like berry stuff and whatever. Okay, so one sec. Darren said he sent pictures. I swear if I look at those and those are D-pics, you are in so much trouble when I get back. I was literally talking to myself going, I hope I'm muted, because I was sitting there saying things, and I was like, oh, I hope I'm muted. I think Sunny is delusional.
I just came back in and I was like, oh no, why is it so quiet?
Now,
So,
are these?
I do have to go in a second though.
Shut up! You got nothing to do.
I do actually. I'm sorry.
Yeah, eat probably.
No.
No, just don't talk about deviled eggs. Oh yeah, I know. Just Kelly, if you can just order me some deviled eggs. I'm off to bed. Night, everyone. Angel, thank you so much.
Good night, Angel. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, Angel's the one that was on here, right? That's the same one.
I know, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For some reason, I was going. Am I having an avatar wrong moment here?
You need rest.
Yeah, I promise. I will when I'm dead. Yeah. Thanks, Angel. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Darren, did you want me to show those pictures, or are you just sending them to me?
love deviled eggs.
I know, but don't ask me about deviled eggs because I love
I'm not
deviled eggs.
I'm not asking you about deviled eggs at all. I'm just replying to Sharon Parker.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if I'm off. Oh, you guys are all ditching one by one. You guys act like it's really late over there in the UK or something.
Right.
I'm
Like,
on.
well,
Okay,
they've been
bye.
watching. They've been watching you for 8 hours, Sonny,
You guys, those are just called addicts right there. Okay.
or
Addicts.
9 hours. I'm sorry. They've been watching you for 9 hours, Sonny.
Hey, I stare at myself longer every single day. Okay. If I can put up with me, you guys can put up with me. We heard about your eggs. Okay. Show them dirty pictures. You're such a dirty boy. You know it. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. I saved them. So Darren is sending a couple pictures here. I know that they're a little on the dark side. Well, one is anyway. Okay, so this was obviously, at Nicola's graveside there, little angels or whatever. So, you were obviously with someone because somebody's taken that picture with you. Were you with your wife there? Let me see if I can brighten that up a little bit. Tools. Not that one. It's a little hard. Let's see. So now it's going to make it darker. Let me go the other way. Gotta go the other way. Sorry. A little bit brighter. Here we go. A little bit brighter there. Okay. So, yes. So there's two little angels there. I'm not sure if that's flowers around there, petals from the flowers probably that are around there. And then there was this picture. Oh, hey. Sorry, dude. You should have warned me about that because I had to put name on top there. Let me zoom that one in a little bit more. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. See, I knew you were that young, strapping lad. I thought you were. I still think that Penny's right up your alley, though. Yeah. Thanks, Brooke. 9 hours of sunshine. Your best friend? Wow. Yeah. But that's really sweet. Paying your respects to Nicola. I would do the same. Absolutely.
Darren, is that a beer in your hand?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'm super close to the camera. I was like, Darren, is that a beer in your hand?
And cigarette. And look at it. I feel like he's leaving this phone there for a reason. Okay, I sit here. Okay, hold on. So I get it. Beer was for Nicola.
Can you walk around St. Michael's with a beer? Can you do that in Canada, Sonny? Just walk around with a drink? No, here either.
No. You can have some if you're like at the beach and you're not supposed to, and then you hide them, but no.
Well, yeah. Like you can't, like here, you can't just walk around with them.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So I see what's happening. So your jacket is kind of like a waist length jacket of Nicola's, kind of. It's like a puffer jacket, right? So if you could just go back there and test that out, run into the water, launch yourself.
All right, I like that jacket, Darren.
Yeah. Stick on some welly boots, and I just want to know if you're unconscious in 25 seconds.
Right.
And don't worry, just put it in a ladder before you go down.
I want to buy a puffer jacket like that. I don't have one because I live in the South and you don't need them very often. But I want to buy one of those because I want to go to Indiana at some point in the winter, and I want a jacket like Darren's wearing.
Okay. I think they're having an argument already. Darren says you can. And then Dina says, no, you can't walk around a park with a beer in the UK. I think Darren's lying to us again, Pinocchio. I think Darren's making a flip up on that.
Well, you know what's funny? I said that, but actually, the neighborhood I live at in Charlotte, you can walk around with drinks sometimes, like between like different times of the day. But at most places you can't. They have like they have these entertainment districts that you can walk around with drinks in.
Right. Like, for instance, like we would have like the
Kind of
7
like
Avenue.
or like New Orleans, yeah, like New Orleans. You know, how
I
New
see.
Orleans you can walk around with a drink.
Yeah. I think the problem here is that there's the laws, there's the law rules, and then there's
And then
Darren's
there's
rules.
Darren's laws.
That's what I think's going on here. It's a free
Yeah,
country.
like,
Can you go tell Curtis Media that it's a free country?
right, Darren.
I
Yeah,
don't feel like he
I'm
believes this at the moment.
curious about that free country stuff.
Yeah.
I mean-
Yeah. Oh shoot. Angel, if you're really here but you're pretending that you left, Angel, thank you so much for gifting those 5 memberships for people. Again, it is always so kind when people pay it forward and do something special. So I mean, next time you're gonna leave that beer can on the bench so someone can gain 5p, you know,
Right.
or pee
Thank-
in it. Yeah, I mean, if you peed in it, I'd personally pour it in your cornflakes, the ones that you call snowflakes, until you get caught.
LAUK says Lucy let be evil. Yeah, agreed.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you guys. Yeah, how many of you guys just hit 1 if you're following the Lucy Letby case?
Darren doesn't even get it. Darren's like, caught for what?
Yeah, he's playing coy there, isn't he? Might be
Wait.
55.
Oh, Lacey, Sunny apparently is too tired for a members live tonight.
Yeah, I'm not doing a members live tonight. That's too much.
I kind of thought she was gonna do like an Aspen Air thing, but nope, can't even do that. And no trivia, nothing.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nope.
But Lacey,
what-
you can watch any of the old members lives if you miss us.
I'll probably have an extra hemorrhoid on my butt. Probably that happened today. Got gained.
And Lacey,
Yeah.
we'll be back tomorrow morning, probably at like 8 a.m. your time.
Nope, surely no slip marks. Nope. Most places you can, unless you have places with major problems, bylaws. 1. So I got 1 person that literally answered that. Only Louise. Louise, thank you very much for answering that. I'm an alcoholic.
Darren got real serious there for a minute.
Well, I was going to say, the person that's taking the picture, did they help you onto the bench? Or did you get there yourself? Okay, now, Ben, Sunny,
Hey,
start a
Ben.
GoFundMe to get Lacey to North Carolina. I don't right.
That's right.
Or how about start a GoFundMe to get Sunny to go to Indiana? Oh, see,
Right.
that's-
Well, I live in North Carolina, so maybe I should go to Indiana.
Is anybody
Cheaper.
Is anybody rich? Anybody at all rich in here? Every dollar, every penny counts. Well, we don't have pennies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darren says that's my excuse for drinking.
Yeah.
I do. Hey, Ben, that's not a lie. It's been a while.
needs a date. Aspen has a date. He has a date. He's good. He's good. Yeah, right out.
Aspen needs a date.
Nope, not rich. All right.
Years.
Well,
July 8th. July 8th, 2 years.
July 8th, 2 years. One day before your. Oh no, I can say that's my brother's. Yours is 13th. Oh yeah, it'll be 2 years, eh? Oh, so on June 8th, are you gonna like be like, you know, live because it's been 2 years since me and my partner. Is that what's gonna happen? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? I don't know. Must not have been important. I feel. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So, hey, Darren, because you've turned a new leaf today. Get it? New leaf. Okay. So, because you turned a new leaf today, I suggest that next time at your home, it doesn't matter if you steal someone from a neighbor's yard or anything like that. I don't highly recommend that, but go steal a rock. Put Nicola Bulley's name on it nicely, and then go put it near somewhere in that area that she didn't go in, but still, she was at the benches apparently, okay? Because at least her phone was anyway, and Willow was there. And then you put the little rock off to the side for a nice little memorial. Then you send me that picture. You can even sit on the bench with another beer in the hand. I don't care. Yeah. What is rich these days? I'm rich in love.
Right.
I'm rich with not. I was gonna say
Right.
Oreo cookies, but I really don't.
So Darren is asking. Darren says, "Sunny Adam, do you wish you could visit there?" I do wish that I could visit St. Michael's.
Is it where?
And,
Oh, beautiful.
and so it's gorgeous. And I actually I'm probably going to take a trip in the fall to Europe. I'm not sure where yet, but I definitely looked into flights to London. I was in London in November, of course. Nicola had not gone missing yet, so.
Stop drinking now. How old's that picture? Couldn't be too old, Darren. 1 second here. He's lying to us. Okay, so you're at the bench and you were at Nicola Bulley's grave. Okay, that's only a few months ago, Darren. Don't be lying to us now. Okay, because Nicola, they found her February 19th and they didn't get a burial till a week later. So March, April, May, June. So within 4 months, you just quit drinking? You good? Or you just
I think
limited
he
it?
meant like he stopped drinking now, like tonight.
You're probably right. He stopped drinking tonight.
Right. And Frank Meister, hey, good to see you again. Yeah, Germany is beautiful. I've been to Germany, and I wouldn't stay in London if I were to go there. You've clearly, if you're going from the U.S., you're going to fly into London to go to St. Michael's.
Ben. Adam, there's some thirst.
Lacey says, LOL, no, I have a brother that acts like a girl. Well, hey, Lacey, there we go. That sounds like it might be like kind of.
Okay, I didn't realize that this turned into a dating site.
It is, honey. You know that. International. This is an international way for. This is an international way for me to get a date.
Curly's back. Hey, buddy.
Oh, good to see you.
Bye. Have a good day.
Good to see you. Good to see you, El. Good to see you.
Goncho. He loves it. I know he's a stalker. He likes it. I stopped over a week ago. Right. You stopped a week ago. And then, so next week is the rotation week. Get it?
Yeah.
Get it? Yeah. It's hard to quit cold turkey like that every whatever weeks. Isn't it funny how Frank caught me on the first live and now he came back for another live?
I know. It's good to see you, Frank. Yeah, and for anyone that watches that pays attention to Delphi, I think it's the documents that everyone's been kind of waiting for with the Richard Allen information. Not out yet. So
please don't come out tomorrow either. I'm sorry. I want them at the end of the week. I don't want them out tomorrow. Nicola Bulley stuff first. Come on, Delphi, just hold off a little bit.
Yeah,
I got.
Don't say that. They'll come out.
They're not coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
1 second.
I do need to go in a minute, though. I'm sorry, Sonny. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. What are you doing? Are you going to tell us?
What?
Is it private?
No, I have to babysit.
Do you have to babysit?
Yeah.
Are they going to the movies without you?
No. But I said I would.
Okay.
Like 20.
All right. Well, thank you, Angel. Thank you, Mustang. Thank you. Actually, there's too many to name right now. My brain's hurting too much. Callie, thank you so much for the $999.999 for our new island that we're going to get. I know. It's a dream come true, Callie. Thank you so much. But no, thank you guys to all the members that joined. And now don't forget, it's $1.99 to join, okay? And if you're from the UK, it's more like $1.69, okay? So don't be cheap. You put out that $1.69. You only have to do it for a month. You can play with the emojis, and because we remembered this today, you don't have to wait for the slow mode. You're welcome.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I didn't want to call you out on that. I was thinking that it was either an 18 pack or it was about 6 months, 7 months I wasn't sure what to say. Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
Okay.
I'm hearing tomorrow on the documents. No, shut up, Frank. Don't jinx it like that. Don't jinx it like that, please. Don't
Right.
jinx it like that. Yeah, got Nicola Bulley stuff going on here. He could have one in July 1st for sunny for us. It's true enough. Canada Day, July 1st, people. July 1st. Okay. You know what's funny? Can I just say that? My husband gets Friday off. So I have a twin sister, right? Okay. And so we don't look alike. We're fraternal twins. But anyways, so I was like, oh, husband, it's a long weekend this week. Totally forgetting that my birthday's on the Monday coming up, eh?
Right.
Stop the bill today. It's doing it double. Hey, and then it
Thank
just
you,
stopped. Thank you, Frank.
Frank. I want to know where you heard that you're hearing tomorrow for those documents, because that's not what I
Yeah.
heard. So
Please.
I want to know. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they come out tomorrow. That's just not what I was told. But
Oh, okay. I like Adam's answer better, Frank. Frank.
well, no,
got
I mean,
one
I
more.
wasn't given a date.
Oh.
So. But Frank, you message me.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben, I'll answer that. Yeah, they'll be redacted. I was told that verbatim.
They'll be redacted. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. Hey, I didn't finish my story.
Sorry.
I didn't finish my story. So, mine and my twins' birthdays on Monday. And so I was thinking it was a long weekend, right? And usually long weekends for the most part are Mondays. So I was like, oh, sweet. So anyway, so I asked husband. It's like, yeah, don't forget it's a long weekend. He's like, yeah, we have Friday off. And I'm like, Friday? Then I thought about it, whichever day comes closest. So if it was Sunday, it would be the Monday. But if it was Saturday that it falls on for the first, it would be the Friday. And then I'm like, my sister is literally the person in charge over there, like that. So apparently they picked, I don't know that she was forgetting it was our birthday or just doesn't care. But I was like, well, that sucks, because if it would have been on the Monday, then he would have had my birthday off, and then, but instead he gets the Friday off, doesn't get the Monday off. So happy birthday to you. Birthday to you. But it's my twin sister that's like in the office, It's kind of funny. My twin sister, my husband, his brother, and my sister-in-law all work for the same construction company. Except me. I'm the smart one. Yeah. Anyways, thanks, Frank. Okay, Uncle Fester. The Adams family. Did Adam say he was going? Where did Adam go? Well, how come your avatar disappeared?
My avatar's there.
No. Oh, really? It wasn't for a second. Okay, take me off. Take me off to the bar. Take me off or jerk me off. Okay. Keep it clean, Adam. All right, guys, we're going to head off out of here now. But thank you guys, everyone that became a member, that supported the channel today, that had some fun and laughs and talked about, of course, Nicola Bulley's case. And we'll get into it again tomorrow. Look over this stuff today. Try to, that's probably what I'll do, is I'll probably in a bit. I probably might have an app. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know. But I want to go over the stuff again and then kind of place things. That's very tedious. So I don't know how far I'll get with that today. I might just wait till after the inquest and then go back and put everything in order. But we'll see how tomorrow goes, guys. And when I am live, it will have to be after my husband. And so that would be 5:15, 5:30 a.m. my time, which is 2 what time? Like 5 to 6. 7, 8.
Well, that would be 8. That would be like 8:15 my time.
1:30.
And then it would be like 1:15 p.m.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I need to quickly do something. Thanks for reminding about that, because I do have to show something. I got to find Joe's. My bad, because Joe sent me this a while back. Let me just get it. Sorry, guys. Oh, my God. Sorry, Joe. Oh, I feel so shitty now. Joe. I can't show that one now. So On the 22nd was the Abby and Libby one. Jojo, you should have reminded me, dude. Totally forgot. I was thinking it was for the walk, but it was Joe Johnson because he gets that one from like Linda Erskine. They asked him to play at the bar or whatever it is. Anyways, the Memorial Walk, yeah, is right. Yeah, thank you, Shelley. Arizona. You know what? Sorry, Arizona, but whenever I see your name, I think of the Arizona iced tea. It's been emotional, Darren. Absolutely. I have personally taken you. Okay, not you, me, but me, you. I've taken you on so many different dimensions of your internal emotional self. You are welcome. I feel like I feel like he has had like a freaking, like a healing of some sort, like poof, epiphany. Right. Like, I want to be a great person, Sonny. I know I do. And from now on, I'm gonna crack jokes. I'm gonna be a nice person. And then your cornflakes and your snowflakes are safe. Hey, you don't got to worry about that. You can still drink. That's probably the issue right there. When he first came on, he was probably drinking. And then his grumpy ass came out, right? And I'm like, Penny, is that you? In mail form? Anyways, right. You guys take care. Have a great night and thanks again. I know you're going to miss us already. It's okay. You can stalk us later.
See you in the morning, though, and I'll be around.
Yeah. All right. Wait, are you working tomorrow?
No, I'll be around in the morning. Okay. I won't be around all day, but I'll be around in the morning.
It's a busy life you have?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the one that you said I think was supposed to be easier?
What is easier? Except for when there's a random Monday and Tuesday, during the day.
All right. Anyways, you guys take care. Give this video a like and a share if you don't mind, and don't forget to put share if you shared the video, so I'll put your name on a rock. You guys take care, and Darren, don't forget to go paint a rock for Nicola Bulley. Put it there. Actually, put the rock at her gravestone. Put it over there. Oh, make two of them actually, Darren. One for the gravestone, one for the bench. All right. Have a good day. You're welcome. Bye, guys. This is Sunny Justice and Aspen Connor from It's a Crime and Shame, wishing you all a good night.